Hell, I still want to cry. So, the Men at Arms Sisters of Battle 40K Theories. So, the Men at Arms videos for the Sisters of Battle that 40K Theories and I did, both of them had to be rendered through that method. Oh, their armor's fantastic, but that wasn't the only thing being looked at in the Men at Arms. It was also their weapons as well as the tactics employed with said weapons, and whether they would actually be effective or not. Also, a lot of the when we were doing the original Blitzkrieg series, a lot of that was a lot of those tanks made me cry. The Lehman Russ has so many flat sides. The Eldar have air intakes on the front main armor section of their tank. Oh yeah, yeah. A ricochet off the edge of the air intake is actually funneled inside the air intake rather than outside. The way the air intakes are angled, 90% of the time using our computer when we shot invisible bullets at it, 90% of the time if you hit the edge of the air intake, the bullet deflected inside and went into the air intake anyway. Oh, Cab. Yeah, we could just use CAD. It wasn't just like the edge of the air intakes around the circle of the air intakes, but the front of the air intake had this groove cut for it that literally was a 30 to 60-degree angle back into the air intake. So if you hit that groove, the bullet would bounce into the air intake anyway. Oh my god, the orcs literally had the best air force. I was
A rebadged MiG-21.
MiG-17.
No, it was a big 17.
Trust me, Hetty, it's a 17.
It's a 17.
I've got one. Yeah, I've got the bugger built with the whole T-tail and everything. It's beautiful. They actually have rounded leading edges of the wings instead of the flat brick side that the Imperium uses.
Yeah, the orcs had 0 aircraft that didn't fly, like 0 aircraft that did not fly by sheer amount of how big of a rocket can you stick on the back of this thing to make it go.
What about the flying torpedo?
Whereas the Imperium, literally, we couldn't even get the Valkyrie to fly.
Oh, and the massive tank transporter actually has a negative coefficient, drag coefficient.
Yeah. Using Bernoulli's principle, the tank transporter has a negative coefficient. It has lift.
So, Moon, by pure
sorry, what?
By pure instinct, the orcs have a better understanding of the laws of aerodynamics than the Imperium of Man.
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense, though.
Humankind doesn't care about physics and laws of reality. That's bullshit. We believe in the Emperor.
But yeah, literally,
machine spirit.
the orcs.
Hold on. MT, we need you to speak words.
I don't need you to speak words now. I need you to. Well, you can speak words now if you so choose, but I will need you to speak words when we switch over to the RPG to make sure your avatar is working. But otherwise, yes, everyone else's
Sorry.
avatar is working. Yours should be working in theory.
Okay, sorry.
But no, Fee, I was on about the transport aircraft that transported the tanks, which actually caused the air to eddy within the vehicle itself because of how the tanks were held.
Oh, the one that made a tornado in itself in the wind tunnel.
The Thunderhawk transport.
Yeah, the Thunderhawk transport literally made a miniature. Literally makes, if you put a Thunderhawk transport model into a wind tunnel, it literally makes a tornado inside itself.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
And I'm like, well, it flies, but only because it creates a tornado and spins uncontrollably before the tornado overwhelms it and flings it in a random direction.
That's sad.
That might explain why every time you see a Thunderhawk take off in a cinematic, they always do that spinny thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, the number of
At least they're not Tau.
the number
at
of
least
things
they're not
we
Tau.
found out.
But I like Tau.
The Tau had 1, 2, 3 vehicles that were aerodynamically sound, and the rest of them were, oh my god, it crashes and burns.
Look, I like Tau for the same reason that I liked Queelix for the same reason that I liked the large blue-skinned people in Avatar. I just want to nail something that's blue. I have no earthly idea.
The Manta's vector thrusting angles would cause the Manta to flip over and then crash top first into the ground.
Fly it upside down.
No, you misunderstand. By the time you could right control of it, it would already be out of control. Because once it flips over, the principles of lift that it had before that were allowing it to fly are gone. Because the top is not designed like the bottom. So the manta ray literally, it says it has vector thrusting, and the vectors we could figure out for the vector thrusting would literally cause it to flip over front over back and then crash top first into the ground. And I'm like,
Which is the one that flew so well that it actually ripped through the mantings in the wind tunnel?
God, I'd have to go look at the scripts or go look at the videos again. But yeah, we had one that flew so well that dislodged itself from the mountings in the wind tunnel and actually just kind of hovered there for a couple minutes and then crashed into the wall into pieces. Oh, it was the Tyrannid model that I had to pay for.
Oh yeah,
The Harridan did that. Oh my!
I had to go pay for that. It shattered against the wind tunnel wall. Oh my god! I'm glad that dude was such a good sport.
And in an alternate reality, that model finally getting to actually fly for real probably let out an exultant Rodan-style roar before crashing and breaking.
Let's be honest, every Tyrannid player was so happy because they went, it flies!
It really
yeah,
flies.
it flies. It flies better than anything except the orcs.
I mean, none of the orc models dislodged from the mountings and flew into the wall, did they? Except the potato.
None of them had the wingspan that the freaking Harridan has.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, my days are miserable. The quest for the quest for the PO box continues. As is apparently the quest for an Arizona license, so I can rent a car in Arizona to drive to Everfree in 3 months.
Oh boy.
Okay.
We'll be fine.
So I'm back. I just got punched slightly by Discord, but I still need to go grab water, so I'll be right back.
Okay, Discord, punch him again.
It's more the fact that it lagged and the entire program crashed. I'm just like, Discord, don't you do this to me. Not now, you bitch.
Discord,
Also,
punch
you
harder.
can't get an Arizona license?
I stood in line today and they were like, you have to have a lease or a mortgage. What if we just owned the house? That doesn't count. Are you kidding me?
That's fucking stupid.
Welcome to Arizona. We don't make sense.
Like, you
Wait,
can't...
so the title deeds for the house don't count?
The title deed, if you have possessed the title deed for the house, you must possess 4 pieces or 3 pieces of non-business mail or 10 pieces of business mail to that address.
Do you have multiple pieces of mail?
I do not have multiple pieces of mail in that sense because I'm nearly all. The only thing I pay every month at this point is the IRS.
Oh, okay. I can fix that for you.
So I actually would have to have mail physically sent to the house that is non-business related and have 4 pieces of it, or I have to have 10 pieces of business class mail.
Wow, that's
Okay.
deep.
And she sent me aside to sit down with the sheriff to get exactly what I would need to get the license. Then when I went to go get the P.O. box, I was informed I could not have a P.O. box without something that says I live here, such as a lease, mortgage, or Arizona driver's license and voter card. And voter card. That was tagged on there, in addition to my passport.
Entry-level job, you must have 4 years of experience.
And I'm just like, I can't get the mail to get that without the thing to get the mail, and I can't get the mail without the other thing. Are you joking?
No.
Wow.
Oh yeah, no, it's an oxymoron.
It's a catch-22. It is literally a catch-22. All I want is a
Anywho,
P.O.
so-
box. Go ahead, Moon. Go get your water. All I want is a P.O. box so I can, because you guys have stuff you want to mail me, and I'm okay with that. We've actually had me go on Amazon and make a list, because what happened when I moved is some people had sent me a bunch of stuff that was nice, but I had no use for it.
I almost have enough caps to request another piece of artwork on top of the one I already requested.
Um,
I think it's still sold out.
And then I have, so I've made a list of like Games Workshop minis that I'm like, okay, I don't care if you buy them from Game Workshop, just find them, tell me you got one, tell me you have it or have it coming, I'll take it off the list, so that I can do the painting stuff on Saturday. And I've made a list of stuff from Amazon so that I don't end up getting a bunch of stuff that I have to give away when I move because I have no use for it, or I don't have anywhere to store it, or I don't have anywhere to keep it, or literally I look at it and go, this is really nice and fabulous, but I can't justify bringing it with me to where I'm going. I appreciate the gifts, but sometimes like you sent me like a Twilight, like a full size Twilight plushie nightlight, and I'm like, that's amazing. Well, I'm not going to use that. So I ended up like giving a bunch of stuff away to either kids or other people. Like I didn't give it away to a shelter or anything. I went around my neighborhood finding like kids I had seen playing and was like, does your kid like My Little Pony? If they said yes, I've been like, cool, this is some stuff some fans sent me. I can't take it with me moving. Have at it. And so I found like 5 or 6 kids around the neighborhood that wanted the stuff, and I was more than happy to give it to them. Anyway, I'm done ranting.
Oh, good news.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, it's just quipping to Fee that was she sure she was finished?
Yes.
The Nyota plushie is on its way. I don't know when it's going to arrive because apparently it's coming from the Ukraine.
Okay, so to clarify, are they willing to make plushies for the rest of us here so I can give all you guys plushies and be super happy and thrilled that you have plushies of your characters since the stream has run for over 4 years at this point, and I really feel obligated to make sure you guys have some gifts or something that's just like special for you?
Oh, no. I only requested this as a birthday present for you.
I know, but
I mean, they might, but
I also feel really bad because I had wanted to get Holt a Scopolamina plushie and now I can't.
Same.
Yeah, I think what Fee's asking is, hey, would they be potentially open to doing a few more?
It would be expensive, but yeah, they have a YCH open to do these custom plushies.
So ask them how much they want. And I'll see if we can set that up, because I would like you guys to all have like a special gift, even if it's just your one character. It's still like something special for just you guys. Hint, hint, you mean something to me, dumbass.
Wait,
Yeah, I
what?
figure it means something to some people, but eh.
Don't make me go get the newspaper, mister.
Look, you can fly over here and bat me. She just has to drive like 20 minutes and then bat me.
No, she can't. She doesn't have an Arizona driver's license.
Actually, my Virginia driver's license is still legal, and my truck is
I
classified
know.
by the...
I know. I was just.
Oh no,
quipping.
this is the best one. My truck by the state of New Jersey has been classified as salvage. Therefore, I only have to leave the New Jersey tags on it. You can't give me a ticket.
Yep, and the cops hate it.
I got pulled over on the way here when I was moving for Pat because I couldn't move over to because a cop had somebody stopped on the side in Texas, and they pulled me over because I couldn't move over from the stop. So I passed them. He pulled me over and he's like, "You are aware of this?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, I literally have a massive trailer behind me and I could not get over at the time because I couldn't actually tell if the car next to me had passed me or not." However, he's like, "Yeah, your plates are expired." And then I hand him the thing. My plates are this vehicle is salvage. Here's the writ from the court of the state of New Jersey. I never have to update the plates ever again, so long as I can prove it's in running condition. Did it pass you with 55 miles an hour or greater while towing a trailer? He's like, "Yes." Then it's in running condition. He reads the court order, stares at me, reads the court order, stares at me, comes back. "All right, so legally I can't even give you a warning because you were in the right."
Damn!
That's a gritted teeth statement.
So my dispatch has told me to let you go and to inform the other state troopers to not bother to pull you over. You have a good day.
Oh.
Before you leave, where's the nearest gas station? Because I have about a quarter tank and I don't know if I should keep going or turn around. He's like, "You should turn around. The nearest gas station is 6 miles that way. The nearest one that way is 80 miles. Thank you." He then escorts me across one of the center dividers they're only supposed to use so I can turn around because there's nowhere to get off the interstate for the next 50 miles.
Oh, jeebus.
Adagio ended up talking to me through that section of interstate till I got to the hotel, and then went and played the. God, I keep forgetting the name of the shark game.
Maneater,
Manhunt.
Maneater. There it is.
Maneater.
which is now on Steam, or will be tomorrow.
Yes, it will be.
Nice.
However, I have a PS4 capture card now, which means when that Maneater DLC comes out, I'm gonna be like, PS4 capture card, let's go.
By the way, should I get around to making a mini for Carmine?
I need to get artwork for Carmine. If you want to make a mini for Carmine, he's a librarian.
Oh. Fuck it, I'm just gonna make a card.
Oh, right. So everyone from
Sunday,
Carmine accepted to become he was offered by survival and by merit to become a Space Marine. He accepted. He chose to become a Raven Guard librarian. That is MT and Razzle's decision.
Wait, you went from scout to librarian.
No.
He went from guardsman to
he
librarian.
went from guardsman to librarian.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
That's going to take a lot of time. I'm just going to make a guardsman with a librarian's helm.
Yes, Adagio.
I don't think that lore-wise that works, but whatever, it's your game.
I mean, fair.
There are.
Hold on. Adagio first, then Hetty, then me.
It's one of those things where, like, I hate the Warhammer 40k universe, but I have a fairly decent grounding in it. Generally, if you're old enough to serve as a guardsman, you are beyond the point where you would make the cut to be a Space Marine, and even at that, you're old enough that the gene seed either A, will not take, or B, will just straight up kill you.
Well,
More than likely,
Like, for the sake of the game,
okay,
cool.
So
It's
I
fun.
called
Here's-
the order. Let's do the order. Heading.
So what I was going to say was in rebuttal to Adagio. In the law, both before the Horus Heresy thing happened and after, there are several documented cases of adults being surgically altered to fit the form of a space marine, enhancing the strength, etc., etc. They're not a true space marine, but they're as near as damn it, and they are generally accepted as such, except for very certain situations.
Except that was back during the heresy. I don't know if there's any
Okay, so
modern examples of that.
So the Raven Guard and the original legions, as well as some of their successor chapters, but only some, will accept up to the age of 30 if they are recommended by a sergeant brother of the chapter. All Death Watch Marines are required to be the rank of sergeant or special case to become to be donated to the Death Watch for their 1 century of service. However, it is more stressful on the body. The life expectancy of that Marine is not as long as the life expectancy of someone who would be traditionally recruited between the ages of 12 and 18. And it is a requirement that oftentimes they will use the warp, because in warp, time doesn't have a lot of meaning. They will use the warp to get more years of training done faster for those older aspirants by putting them in there and letting them train for short periods of time, such as a month or two on board a ship, and then bringing the ship back out of the warp at a space-time that is relative to when they actually went in.
Interesting.
The librarian part, all Gene Seed has a chance of awakening latent psychic powers in every individual. No Space Marine that's recruited is at their initial recruitment is already psychically capable. The Gene Seed will awaken it or not. The Blood Ravens have an instance of having a much higher degree of their Gene Seed awakening psychers, as did the Thousand Sons. Now, in the case of being recruited to the Raven Guard in this instance, the request was made that the recruit be allowed to receive the Gene Seed from the Dreadnought that they took the Gene Seed from on the planet that he was recruited from. So he is being recommended by a sergeant, Cornix, so that requirement is met. He is under the age of 30. It is an original legion. The Gene Seed could or could not wake up psychic powers in them. I rolled the die to see if they could actually be a librarian. It's a 9 or a 10. They got a 9, so they could choose librarian if they so chose. I didn't want to make them be a librarian, but they could choose librarian if they wanted to. And again, because he was recruited later, he won't live for half a millennium. He will only live for around 200 to 300 years max. Further, his indoctrination won't take longer, but he will end up spending a significant portion of his indoctrination in the warp and gain additional insanity points from the indoctrination process.
And the fact that he's going to be a practicing psyker in the warp.
So long as he's in the Geller field, he's safe.
Quote unquote safe.
He probably still has a higher chance of his head just suddenly exploding, but
yes.
Being a psyker is dangerous by default. There is no safe. There's just not as likely.
I'm sorry. Every time somebody's like, the Geller field keeps Imperial ships safe while they're transversing the warp.
Not all the time.
Define safe.
Hashtag not all Geller fields.
But in the meantime, yes, he despite being originally reduced to 0 insanity and 0 corruption from the indoctrination process, he comes out with 9 insanity. So he's literally on the verge of getting another malignancy than the one he already has, unless he makes the willpower check.
Wait, I thought we were only at 5. Where did the extra 4 come from?
Me rolling stuff.
Oh, okay.
And instead of the indoctrination process taking a decade, It takes 4 years real space time, but he has technically spent between 40 and 60 years actually training. Just most of that time was inside the warp, inside of a Geller field.
I have one thing to say to this. In just 7 days, I will make you a man.
Give that librarian.
I appreciate the attempt, Lens, but
Yeah.
you're
Something
no
tried-
Tim Curry.
No, I'm not Tim Curry.
I-
I never said I was.
I genuinely agree, Linz. I appreciate the attempt. I appreciate the reference. You are not a Tim Curry.
Like
Please
I said,
don't sing. Please don't sing again tonight.
I never promised I was Tim Curry.
In the meantime, does anyone else have anything else to comment on, question, ask, or otherwise bombard me with before I throw Twitty under the bus?
Who put the bop in the bop bop? Who put the ram in the ram ding dong?
I have one thing.
Go ahead.
Don't post anything about Ram Ranch.
Everybody hug Twitty.
This is a good thing to do.
I'm down with this.
All the hugs. I feel so loved.
So the bad news is we won't be releasing Chapter 10 for the audiobook this weekend because the artwork's not ready. I'm giving Ran a week to prep artwork. Another week. We will be releasing the pilot episode for Things Dobby Says. Chapter 59 is done. It's been handed to the editors. Not the proofreaders, just the editors. Chapter 60, I'm going to be finishing sometime between now and Monday. And then that is book 3 done. We are planning on releasing these chapters over the next 2 months at about 2 weeks each, so that by the time I release the last chapter, I'm actually sending the third book out to people. Instead of you guys having to... Basically, by the time I release the last chapter, we'll be at Everfree. Props is currently working on the songs while Zeno is reviewing the master transcript, which I've had to give to him, which I'm having to give to him in parts because his computer can't take opening the whole document at once.
That's enough from the chat there.
Pardon me.
But the idea is to have both editors having given their editor pass by the end of next month. And that'll be out. And lastly, I have received some more 40K stuff from my roommate and or from people asking, offering to pay for a thing or two. I'm okay with this. I just now realized that someone bought that what they were offering was to buy me some stuff on eBay, and I agreed. And now I have to remodel one of them and strip the other one because I'm not having an Ultramarine chaplain. Nor am I
the principle of not having anything to do with the Smurfs.
Just remember, Ultramarines chaplains are probably the best chaplains to have because they're completely non-denominational. They'll believe whatever you want them to believe.
Oh. Oh.
I don't have context, but I did get the Smurf joke.
Oh. You know, Adagio, for a universe you hate, you make me laugh sometimes when you make commentary on it. This is one of those times. Thank you.
Being aware of the thing that I hate and understanding it on a level where I can point out its structural fallacies to the extent where I've actually made people enjoy the universe more by making fun of it than they enjoyed it before when they didn't have the same context I was playing around with.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you have a dislike of something, knowing it in enough detail to be able to explain why you don't like it is a good idea.
Wait, what are we going on about disliking and having details on?
Warhammer 40K.
Yeah, Adagio joking on Warhammer.
Moon, we've had conversations about why I don't like Warhammer 40K.
Anyway, speaking of things that I have to throw into a vat of acetane to strip, Twitty.
And you know what it and you know what, Adagio? That's perfectly fair. I just wanted to be 8 feet tall and stabby.
Twitty, what the fuck
You know what?
happened? What the fuck happened last week?
Yes, last week, the party finally got their asses in gear, traveling all the way to the new place, and, well, they did have some encounters with some crazy squirrels and a rabbit. They saved the rabbit's life because they have an affinity for the bunnies, but the squirrels were just not relenting. They wanted to fight and fight and fight. Then we found out that thanks to her special skills and buffs, effectively, and her armor plate, the Graf von Sunrise fired a battleship gun to the squirrels and blew up most of them in one shot.
Oh no! I'll tell you what this one is. Which was the
Change my
battleship?
mind.
Which is the battleship that counter-sniped German snipers on D-Day?
I don't remember that ship. But anyway, Nyota went and used a pair of squirrels as nunchucks by tying their tails together, I think.
Correction,
not-
only one squirrel, and I grabbed it by its tail and used it
Right.
as a flail.
Oh, right. So squirrel flail. And he did work a bit of a job of trying to attempt to intimidate the squirrels, but they still were pretty tough buggers, and they were still ready to fight. Then spirit of a certain bunny also mentioned that they should be wiped out. But eventually, the final few, there wasn't many left, and there was a lot of squirrels to start with, eventually relented and walked off. But I have a feeling the party has a new group of opponents eventually in the future. So when they leave these woods, they're probably going to get attacked again with a bigger force. And after that mess, the bunny left on his way because it turns out, yes, he was kind of trespassing. So he got chided for it. And eventually the party made it to this vault area, which has some masonry put on it like a castle. And there's a griffin with a large bastard sword, and more than two-handed. It's a huge, big sword. Looks almost like a land neck sword for chopping horse legs off. No pun intended. Anyway, without much, it seems he's friendly. He recognizes Sunrise, but calls her 19. So there's gonna be some splaining to do tonight, folks. And with that, I've got two more things to do. One is get ready for this because the party's going to have to deal with all this. Apparently, Arcane is nervous. The rest of the party's ready to fight. Oh, and they did bring Pineapple along. He's still with him. So Pineapple's still with him. And it was interesting and amusing. And they finally made it through. And they made it out alive. I don't think anybody took a wound from the squirrels.
Mythic did.
Oh, right. Mythic, because he likes to get into fights.
One of them walked right up to him and stabbed him in the hoof. What are you talking about?
Warning,
How much
warning,
HP
stream tip
HP
overload.
did you actually-
All hands, prepare for exploded
I
broken
think it
Fiora
was like
in
2 or
5,
3 HP.
4, 3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
even Hank
Detonation
didn't walk
imminent.
it off.
You weren't even gonna wait to finish your. You weren't even gonna wait to finish your intro. You were gonna do it now. I haven't even played the intro yet.
I hear Hetty laughing from a distance. It fills me with concern.
Thank you, Linzopi. That's
You're
actually
welcome.
Really genuine.
I figured with all you've been, hey, look, I figured with all you've been through today, you needed that on top of hugs.
Hugs.
No. I just need I just have a sudden need to commit extreme amounts of violence.
Ah.
Speaking of extreme amounts of violence,
I'm playing the
of
intro
course
now.
It was the
Are you kidding me? Thank you.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. Through the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once born in this world that is torn. A fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind, and his words will remind. Do better.
Welcome, 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 welcome. Anyway, before I actually turn my Discord back on where I can hear the rest of them, thank you guys for coming. It's really nice to see you every week. It's really nice to have you guys here every week. And it's genuinely a wonderful experience to just be able to keep running this. I look forward to hopefully another year of us doing this. I might complain about it occasionally, but I only do so as a joke. We would not be possible without you as an audience, and every time that you guys come, that I see that number hit 30 or 40 people watching, it means something very special to me. So thank you guys. Now I will actually turn it over to Moo.
Whoa, what is it?
What was the sudden burst of laughter? Oh, the courageous just kidding. Stage 3 comes up. The Emperor requires this one. Yoink!
Magus ended up digging that one up and posted it somewhere else.
That's what
Would have been
happened.
funnier if he was T-posing up.
That's what's been happening the last 2 years to every 40k animator. Games Workshop just comes up and goes, mine.
Wait, what?
Oh, Games Workshop's creating their own channel for
That's
content.
not even... No. They're creating a live streaming service.
Correct.
That you have to pay for.
Welcome to Warhammer Plus. We're totally not ripping off Disney Plus. We swear. We'll sue you if we don't.
I.e., not worth your time.
It's like Paramount and Plus, and just all the stations hawking it. We're just like, we don't want to do this.
With the no, just
Sadly, there's an announcement that they've been also telling other animators to stop putting stuff on YouTube, or they're gonna get sued.
they basically go to the animator on YouTube and tell them, you're going to work for us, and you're going to take everything you've posted off of YouTube and give us the original files, or we're going to take them down and sue you. Like, that's the actual company line.
Don't worry, we're not killing our franchise.
God
We
damn it.
swear.
By the way, Adagio, have a present. Anyway, Moon, I hereby turn all of this stupidity, insanity, and craziness over to you now that I've sat here and ranted at the audience and given them a lovely thing. To answer one person's question, yes, we will be. Actually, the next Death Watch game will not be until July 4th. It takes weeks of preparation when I can sit down and like make maps and get sound effects and get music and all of that stuff together. I am not Moon's type of GM where I am able to run everything off of the cuff and keep it straight somehow. I actually have to have a boatload of prep done.
So part of the reason that it seems like it's off the cuff is that I've done a lot of prep work. It's just that a lot of the things I did prep work for didn't get touched until much later on. And I'm not like finger wagging. I'm just like, I did the prep work. I just did it a while ago. And somehow it didn't get displaced from the mesh sieve I call a long-term memory processing center. Like, it's still there. Somehow. I think it was hope. I think hope is the reason it stayed there.
Hope is the reason why Moon is still sane, everybody.
That's
you heard it here first.
But
That
like
and
no,
practically make their own content.
If I was more confident in the fact that I would be producing quality maps, I would move it to the stream to like an every other week thing and just like, oh look, here's a really good map. But because I can do that too, you know.
It's the first step on the road to disappointment.
Anyway, also getting back to things, the 40k game, the Death Watch games were only intended to be for special occasions anyway.
Okay. Right here, right now. See?
Yes.
I need you to do that again, but I want you to use that voice again, but I need you to say, I'll get you next time, Gadget.
Oh, God.
That is actually how you do the Dr. Claw voice, is you put your mouth like just about against the pop shield, and then you get really deep, and then you aim your mouth in such a way that you're not directly blowing air at the microphone, so the microphone is picking it up as ambience.
Pop shield? You mean that thing I don't have?
Yes.
See.
But to satisfy you, Adagio,
I'll get you next time. Gadget.
Yep.
All right, no lie, that was really good.
Yep.
All right then.
What a start to the game today.
Oh right, I didn't take my ADHD meds today.
Oh.
Thanks for reminding me by giving me literally.
This is going to be interesting.
Oh no, it kicks in like 20 minutes. It's fast acting. It's more just the sheer segue that far reminded me that my brain wasn't focused.
Cinder and I got to experience the trauma again last night of giving myself of what is scheduled on my calendar as quote inject girl.
And with that, you killed Moon.
What?
So, my doctor, in her infinite wisdom, in order to make sure I'm getting enough estrogen to suppress the testosterone, but not cause me to not have so much that a pregnant woman will look at me and go, that's more than me.
Damn, bitch, calm down.
It switched me to injectables. It's once every 2 weeks. The phone in the phone, we simply schedule it as inject girl.
Oh, see, I would just have that in my calendar as Stab a Bitch Day.
Next week, I gotta have the nurse inject the young boy into me butt.
Let's Happy no!
Wow.
It's testosterone injections. I'm not producing.
No, I know. I'm just giving you shit, buddy. I'm sorry.
And Twitch goes, no, you don't have a channel anymore.
I just love coming to the Wednesday night games.
If you can't have fun with the chemicals you have to force into your body, then what can you have fun with in life? Am I right?
Right, exactly.
Listen, do you want more squirrels? Remind me to not take my meds, and that's how you get more squirrels. Anyway, as I forgot, I can't keep doing that because the shit. Hold on.
And this is a friendly reminder that this insanity is supported by you.
I'm gonna try voice activity because I don't think it's as bad as on browser Discord.
Well, if anything, you can turn on the noise suppression. I say you need to turn on my voice suppression.
It's more that browser Discord either picked up everything or nothing.
Yeah.
Fairly fair.
Alright, turn the night light off.
It's 30 minutes. We should get this show on the road.
A new seeker is
So,
after Fiora's heart.
as we had
attention.
left it, no, that is the wrong screen. That's a big old boy. Oh, right, yes, pineapple. So as we had last left it, the lot of you had made your way up. What? Oh, okay, I thought you said my name. Had made your way up. You had effectively called for parley, and he was in the process of giving you drinks.
Hey, Moon.
Yes.
Did he ever introduce himself to us?
He never gave us a name.
He did not, exactly, because the door was open, he was curious as to who was here, and then upon seeing a familiar face, did the same thing that I'll do at conventions, where you just forget how human interaction works, and shout hello at someone from across the way.
Before thrusting beer into their hands and throwing them at a table to talk to?
Yeah, no,
I'm down with that.
You're not old enough to drink, shut up.
Granted, I'm not a fan of beer, but you know what? I will drink one just to be friendly.
You mixed up the people who can drink.
Don't worry, MT. I have not forgotten, and Mythic, I will just provide mead, or like a wine cooler or something, or just give you what I used to get from that one gas station that didn't ID when I was a teenager, which was just fucking,
You had me at mead.
Okay.
Gimme.
I mean, MT, if we just drag you over here, then you can drink.
So the corruption of pineapple continues.
Yeah, anyway, so Pineapple's just freaking the fuck out. He was not prepared for Griffin standing as tall as large mechanical monsters, or the size of diamond dogs. He wasn't prepared for massively large stone structure. He wasn't prepared for any of this. But goddammit, he's not gonna return back to South Shore as branded a coward. So he stands his ground. His knees are just rattling like they are tin can wind chimes. But he doesn't run away.
Sunrise is going to approach the griffin looking a little sheepish and slightly confused.
Do remember, he isn't actually wielding the sword. I just couldn't find a better picture.
No, that's fine. He's still a very big bird.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure that he didn't open this door with, like... Oh, by the way, as you get closer, you realize that is an almost 8-foot long sword. It is very wide, and it looks like it could cleave a vehicle in half if he tried really hard. Give me a perception check since you're going that close. It's -1 because there is some actual overcasting from the fact that you are in a thicket of woods.
I see all.
So as he's moving, as the weapon is on his back, you take notice of the fact that it's a half scabbard. It's something designed to hold it, and not really much else. It appears that one of the sides was machine cut smooth. It has a little bit of tapering towards the end. There is a false edge, but most of it's just got a vertical machine cut. And as he moves slightly, or as he moves around slightly, as the light glints off of it, you see what appears to be serial stamping on the side of this blade down by the tip. If you didn't know better, you would almost assume this was part of an aircraft. But he looks down at you and gives you a bit of a wave and just... 19, it is so good to see you again. How are you faring these days?
She scratches the back of her head. Well, this is going to be a little awkward. Hi, my name's Wandering Sunrise. I initiated the Dead Tree Protocol, and I have no idea who you are.
There is a quiet moment, and you swear that if you didn't know better, you could almost see a small tear just form in his eye. But it doesn't necessarily appear to be sadness. Ah, my old friend, I am so sorry. This must be so confusing. Forgive me. My name, as I'm sure you have met others, my name is Valor. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Actually, I haven't met others. We met some aliens called Tadoshians, and yes,
he cocks his head a little bit to the side at just hearing that. What if they were? Where were they staying?
Pi?
Over down in the south?
Yeah. With Hollow.
Oh, good! That means you did...
Who we made antipsychotics for, so now he's actually sane.
Oh, that is wondrous news! Yes, unlike myself, he never enjoyed his moniker of duty.
We had expected, not you.
What do you mean? He seems a
Well,
little bit confused by this revelation, and he's stopped in his turnabout to go and make some kind of seating arrangement. What was it you were expecting the night? I mean, sunrise?
She goes, well, maybe we should have a seat to make sure that this is not a bit much.
Kickzilla.
Okay.
They were expecting Kickzilla.
We were not actually expecting Gexzilla. We were I was expecting 71, 88, or 9. Because they've already caused a problem, and also my mother is actively trying to turn me into an Enclave broodmare, but that's beside the point. I think I just spilled all the beans.
Word.
He stops for a moment. He's turned around by this point in time and is in the process of gathering a chair and tables. You can see him having done a count of the people who are out here. You'll have to forgive me. I normally set up these kind of things inside the keep, but with this many of you, I don't think we'll be able to sit comfortably. Please give me a moment. I need to gather more chairs. He makes his way out, holding in one claw what appears to be a wooden kitchen table, and in the other arm are a pair of wooden chairs. They're relatively old world style, ornate carving and whatnot, the type of thing you might find in an antique shop. He sets the table down. There isn't a thunk, so there is a good bit of grace that it's set down with, and the two chairs are set. You'll have to forgive me, I must go and procure something from the side, but I believe I have more seating things. There are... You see him mumble as he counts again, and he proceeds to make his way, not away from the lot of you, but just off to the side, off to gather some things.
I like how we had artwork of pineapple made, but you still haven't actually replaced the pineapple.
Oh, that's just because I gathered up literally all of the tokens that were over on the other page. I plan to do that, I just haven't yet.
Do I need to sit down and quickly do a quick and fast cut of pineapple out?
I would... Wow, brain, you are just processing way too many different kinds of things. I would give you a point of karma for it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could have just asked me, hey, I just need to dig it up on my hard drive.
But bribery?
Like, you don't have to bribe me for this. This is freaking okay.
You should.
All right, fine. -1 karma.
Oof.
Oh,
Wow.
oh, going from tempting me with the carrot on a stick to threatening me with the knife? Wow.
No, I'm going from tempting you with the carrot on the stick to reminding you that there's still a fucking stick.
With a carrot on the end of it.
I'm gonna beat you up with an hors d'oeuvre fishing rod.
We call those flails.
Do not make me acquire a baby flail. No, I'm just kidding. If you would, I would be greatly appreciative. That would be absolutely stellar of you.
It's all good. Hang on, I just need to rename this file from GIF to, I think it's what, a JPEG? I don't remember. Oh my gosh, everything's freaking PNGs. There we go.
PNG.
No, I do not want to change it. I'm sorry, the one thing that cracks me up is that you can change a JFIF file extension to a JPEG and it accepts it.
Yeah, because it's the same file.
Alright. So he sets the table down. He comes back out. There's a small little wheelbarrow of stone. And from there, he sets out, grabbing with two hands, setting down large chunks of what appear to be either dug up. It appears to be stone that was recently excavated. There's still bits of dirt compacted in inserts or around jagged edges, but they seem relatively clean. It actually appears to be the same color and similar type of stone as to what the keep is made out of.
Is anyone else utterly confused by what we found?
I'm just still trying to get over the fact that this is the place. This guy's
Someone-
cool. Look at him. Look at his sword.
I want you to know I've had this place built for over a year. Like, this is not something out of the top of my head. This existed for a while.
Yes, Javon.
Honestly, I think at the moment we just roll with this and see where this leads. I think trying to force anything at this point would be unwise. Hello?
Yes, I genuinely agree, but I had expected not a castle in the middle of the woods. I actually didn't know what to expect.
We didn't know what to expect with Stable 5, and yet we found a cave with a hidden stable in it. Protected by a massive, massive geck.
Yes.
This is an improvement.
You know? That's fair. This is an improvement.
And so far, no creatures to cause an existential crisis of our understanding of the universe.
Speak for
Except
yourself.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's still a griffin. A griffin with a box, but a griffin.
Who
Not
immediately
aliens.
recognized me as an agent.
Forgive me if I've gotten things confused, but aren't you currently in the body of the agent?
Oh, that's a whole nother existential crisis I don't want to go over at the moment, but effectively, yes.
So is it not surprising that somebody from, well, I presume our, but your older lives would see you that way before they find out?
I suppose.
Honestly, I feel this one is a lot more of a reasonable encounter than what we've had previously. A lot more, not necessarily expectable, but it's easier to see how we get to this point than with Stable 5. Speaking of which, we're presuming this is a stable, but we don't have a name for it.
Your map does, Sunrise, your pit book is indicating that this is location marker number 2, but much like the other stable, it doesn't actually have a name listed, just a number.
It doesn't have a name listed, it just has a number, and it doesn't tell us up or down, only that we're here.
Last time, didn't it have Stable 5 written above the control pad for the door or something? Oh no, it had the symbol of on the door, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm dumb and thought that it was pronounced differently.
So, what do you want to do, Sunrise?
What we always try to do, talk to him and go from there.
Okay.
By this point in time, he has come back with multiple stones, and a small little assortment table has been arranged. He grabs one of the wooden chairs for himself and offers for someone else to take the other one. I do apologize. I only have the 2 chairs. I am not used to large groups of company.
How much company do you normally get?
Oh, a few passing traders, the odd lost soul. Not a lot. Some. There are caravans who come this way periodically. Occasionally they'll sit down for a cup of tea or coffee or the like. But for the most part, it is just me and the keep. And of course, and of course the lab, but that is all underground.
Oh. That would be one of the... I have a location marker here, then.
He kind of stands up and gestures behind him to the white dome poking out from behind the stone. Yes, that was the part of the keep that I was that was the part of the lab that I was unable to camouflage with all of the stone. But yes, there is a center here. I do hope you are not attempting to go inside, though. An alert has been issued, and I am unable to let anyone in who isn't authorized. This includes gatekeepers as well, which is why I have been staying outside.
Was an alert issued?
There was some kind of an issue down with one of the facilities, but moreover than anything, the main directive was just to not allow anyone in or out until the radiation levels have decreased in the area. It is still too hot in this area for individuals to make their way out safely.
Wait, does that mean there's people still inside this lab?
Well, yes.
When was this alert issued?
He stops and thinks for a moment. I am honestly unsure. It has been a good while.
We define wild differently than, everyone else. You should probably give me an estimate of what you mean by wild.
Well, no, that's just the thing. I would have to go and sort back through a considerable number of things, but, no. Moreover, it's just been activated for many years at this point in time. I know there was another ping recently, but there has been a signal going for a while now. Some kind of unauthorized breach.
I see.
Also, not Sunrise. Forgive me. I will be doing that for a while. I like the green. It is a nice change. I'm glad you stayed with it. But, tell me, who are these people? The only person I recognize is Bastione. But who are the others?
Which one is Bastione to you?
He points to Nyota. The one that you have always traveled with. Between him, your Dirk, there were a couple of others, but it is odd to see you without the scout.
I see.
We've had some rough interactions with Coffee Stain of late. She's
just snaps. That's her
doing the
name.
things.
So, hi, I'm Chifundo. I don't know if it was Sunrise or Agent 19, but I possess one of the boxes in me. So I've become something of a traveling companion myself.
Ah, good. Another boxed zebra. Always good to have more magic in one's arsenal.
Yes, she looks around for a moment. This place is familiar and distant at the same time.
Oh, well, that's mainly due to the fact that I've just been building the keep over the last 180 years. You've seen it in various states of development. I think that the last time you were here, that would have been... I think it was at least a few decades back, and at that point in time, I hadn't even started on the crenellation of the tower yet.
Damn, Sunrise is old.
I'm sorry you've been stuck here this whole time by yourself, basically.
It is all right. As I said, there are enough traders here. There are enough merchants. I should say merchant instead of trader so it doesn't get thrown confused. There are enough merchants who make their way through here that I see someone at least once every year or two. It's not that bad. There are enough wild animals that make their way by that keep me preoccupied, and every now and then there'll be some derelict bandit who thinks he's ransacking a keep full of treasures. Ha! The joke is on him. Many have tasted my blade.
I imagine so.
He laughs a little bit more and just slams down the drink that he has, and realizes that he was being a bad host and stands up again. My sincerest apologies. I had told you all that I would get beverages, and here I have yet to get beverages. Please give me a moment. And just turns around, and makes his way into the keep. You hear the sound of some kind of water being poured into a vessel, the click, click, click of fire, and then the sound of something being moved around on. It seems he is actually putting a kettle on to boil.
Cool.
How nice.
Oh. Well, I like this guy.
So, at a guess, if we try to go into the stable below, he's going to try and stop us.
Probably.
The idea I was getting is more along the lines of there's probably a locked door down there on top of everything else.
Oh, we came expecting a locked door. The last one of these locations had quite the substantial locked door. And
Yes.
it nearly defeated us for a while.
I desperately want to make a master of unlocking joke here, but I will keep my mouth shut.
I mean, you have skeleton key, buddy boy. We all know it.
Yep.
And then, I mean, if anything, we can throw like half the party at any electrical problem.
I've been fluffy once.
We should repeat that process and give you more fluff.
Clearly Chifundo gets to roll with advantage because he's trying it again.
Just for what? Chifundo gets electrocuted. Chifundo gets all sorts of poofy. Somewhere else in the wasteland, Buttered Toast just sits up. I must go. I must hug the pink one.
That's actually pretty accurate.
You don't even know where to find him, Buttered Toast.
I don't know. I must hug. I must hug. I must hug. I must hug. Anyway.
Then where is Ebola?
That's a whoosh for me.
Okay. But yeah, so he heads inside and you can hear the sound of various things being prepped. And it won't be until several minutes later, the sound of something whistling, that he finally comes back out with a tray full of beverages. Do you all just sit down, or do you all just stay seated at the table, or do any of you get up, move around?
Yeah, kind of stay seated, take this all in.
Yeah.
Hayes heads off to do Hayes things.
Well, no, he offers to help with the tea or what.
Goes ahead and after him. Yes, he'll actually let you inside the main keep area. Anyone else moving someplace, or? I know Sunrise and Chifundo, you're both sitting there. Nyota was just closing his eyes and taking this all in.
I'll stay seated at the table. Yeah, nothing real, rather.
Pineapple just shimmies in closer to you. He is very glad that the chairs were provided because sitting is so nice.
I imagine sitting's pretty nice.
Arcane, are you just staying there, or are you following after?
He'll probably just take a seat at the table. I had to remember after the end of last session, he basically had sensory overload and just decided I kind of just want to take a minute.
Okay.
I guess Trifunda would put a hoof over Arcane's shoulder. Are you okay?
There's just a pause and a quiet. Y'all opened up on squirrels with military-grade weapons.
Yes.
What?
Oh boy.
That's just how the party rolls, folks.
So, when we first got into Stable 5, we encountered a rabbit. That rabbit became something of a pet until Sunrise and Nyota started seeing it doing some very not rabbit-like things, such as teleporting. Turns out this rabbit is or was or kind of still is intelligent. And apparently there's some kind of war between the rabbits and the squirrels, and we seem to keep getting mixed up in it somehow. And that was just the latest incident in that. I have no idea myself on that one, but it's a thing, and we've kind of got to deal with it. Otherwise, it's death by horde of squirrels.
The comment of the bunny teleporting does slip a chuckle a chuckle and a small smile out of him in that look of, I know exactly what you mean in regards to rabbits having weird abilities. Though he does pause. And have you figured out why exactly they're fighting each other? Are they fighting over land, resources, or are they just getting into petty feuds for petty feuds?
Kind of looks over to Nyota.
Nyota, do they actually have a reason to fight?
I mean, to be fair, I don't really know, but
Yeah, there was some mention from that rabbit the other day about just not being enough food, but also there were a bunch of things about those fucking squirrels. So it's hard to tell if there's actually some kind of valid reason or if they fight because their ancestors fought. Like, to be clear, that rabbit did not give you a lot of very concrete information.
I mean, to be completely fair, the rabbit probably gave me as much information as he had, and he's working off of faulty information in the first place, so... You know, zealotry and all that jazz. But as the conversation starts to swing, I'm gonna stand up and shake myself out a little bit. I need to take a leak and look around for a little bit. I'll be back in a minute or 10. I don't know.
Okay.
It's the old feud between the rabbit fields and McSquails.
Hayes, you said that you were gonna follow him inside?
Yes, he'll go inside to help make tea and...
Alright, give me a perception check. It is rather dimly lit in here. While you can make out the location that the table and chairs were, aside from that, there just appears to be a small stove unit, which he is currently standing over, a small little cabinet rack, and just very humble dwellings. It's dark in here, only lit by one window that faces out towards the party, and another one a bit higher up on the far side. From over here, you can see that there is not so much a door, but rather it actually leads to what appears to be stable grade doors. And on the inside of here, you can see some mathematical symbol, but there appears to be a control console and everything. And on the ground below it, in what is probably the only well-lit area, is a strip of a single line of paint that appears vaguely bioluminescent. And it has all the makings of a do not cross line. But aside from that line, there really isn't anything stopping someone from heading over there.
Okay. Can he make a better determination of what the symbol is?
You may make me either an academics check at a -20, or a straight intelligence check.
Yeah, 5 versus 9.
Let me make sure it's the right symbol. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the... Oh, I think some of these pages may have gotten deleted or archived. Anyway, not the point. Yeah, so you recognize it as the mathematical symbol for phi, or for phi. But it appears that one of the segments has been shaded in slightly.
Interesting. So this would be you said the as in PHI?
Yes, PHI.
Okay.
Phi, I've heard it pronounced a couple different ways.
It's Phi.
Fine. Okay. Huh. Well, if that place they say is fine, this place is fine. Are they connected? He's kind of saying that openly to Valor.
Huh? Oh, you are speaking to... yes, it is. However, please, do not cross that line, or else I will have to meet you with deadly force.
No.
Valor, we don't wish to offend.
We're not there.
Yeah, he'd gone inside with him. But he then just smilingly goes back to prepping the tea. As a couple of them are prepared, he hands you a few glasses. Can you please take these to them outside and let them know that I will be ready with the next few in just a couple moments?
Of course.
Also, would you prefer coffee or tea? I can get you either.
I think we've got more coffee drinkers in the group than tea drinkers.
Then I will prepare a fresh pot of black coffee.
Okay. I will share this information with them.
Okay.
So yeah, Hayes comes back out. Hands Chifundo tea, and I guess gives the other one to Pineapple.
Pineapple greedily takes his cup of tea and just takes a little sip.
He's making some coffee. I know. Plenty just prefer coffee. So
I wouldn't mind a cup of tea myself. Coffee's also good.
okay. You know what? I'm just gonna assume Hayes was sent out with like a tray of like tea leaves and boiled water, so he makes a cup of tea for Mythic as well.
Yeah, it was hot water and tea leaves.
Yep.
Everything all right,
Much obliged.
Hayes?
More or less. So this place is marked with a phi symbol as well, and oh yeah, there's a line that if we cross, he has to kill us.
Oh. That's probably bad.
I would think so too.
Much as I would like to spar with that Griffin, I do not relish the deadly force part of that. I wonder how heavy that sword is.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Did you mention that part of the symbol's coloured?
Oh yeah, but it's kind of weird. The phi symbol, part of it was colored in.
Hmm.
I wonder if that is significant.
Could be. We don't know.
Do you think it would be worth asking him where we would need to go to cancel the alert or find a way in that doesn't involve violence?
I think it would be, but I think that if we make any pretense that we're going to go against his wishes, he's probably going to draw that sword. So we need to do it tactfully.
Well, by the sounds of it, the reason, well, you're not allowed in is because of this alert. That's my understanding, at least. I mean, at least we know with him saying it was a few years ago that it wasn't us tempering its stable fire that set it off. Unless it was one of your previous attempts.
It's been one of my previous attempts. It might have been someone else's. I have no idea. That's the worst part.
At the very least, I mean, am I right in thinking that such an alert would be sent from somewhere in control of the project?
Probably.
I mean, would that help us work out what it's going off faster.
It would definitely be sent from someone in control, but as far as who, that's an entirely new statement.
You're worried if Nine or one of the other agents that seems to have a problem with us or you or is still based there?
Yes. I am certainly worried about that.
There's another part of this that we should keep in mind. If this does come to violence, and should we win, he's gonna remember that he probably isn't gonna be.
There's that. There's definitely that.
We could ask him for more details about the alert itself. Not quite that we wish to enter or anything else like that, but simply get more information what this is. Is it just this stable, or is it much more widespread?
Is a thought.
Because if it is just the stable, it might just be one of the internal fail safes or something. I don't know what you would call something like that, but if we were to solve that problem, it might lift the lockdown and he might not have to kill us if we were to try to just walk in.
Then I suppose the problem becomes, well, as you said, Mythic, the fact that it might be this one alone. But if we can't find out if, well, this, he pauses, has a moment of, wait, this is stable, before continuing back again, then if that becomes the issue,
well, we don't know.
they could be compartmentalized without any information from any of the other locations. However, I don't know what y'all know on this.
We honestly don't know what's behind door number 2.
All we know is what we know of the boxes and what we found at Stable 5, which, while terrifying, was not that illuminating as to what is actually happening.
He did mention it's a lab.
Yeah, he did mention it's a lab, and he did mention there's likely ponies still inside the lab.
Those are things he did say.
So yeah, that narrows it down, but I suppose it's better than what we had, which was nothing.
Now the question of if any pony is still alive in there or not. Now that's
details.
I mean, if Hollow and this Griffin is anything to go by, then they may well be boxed.
That is something we might have to assume.
But the question then would be, what are they working on?
Those might actually be questions we could easily just ask him. I'm not sure how much of it is off limits.
I would assume if we ask him questions just like so far, he would simply answer.
Yeah, I think unless we started pressing a point he was unhappy about, I get the feeling we're safe to just talk to this Griffin.
Don't forget that you do have the option to roll bluff or whatnot for anything he's saying. You can attempt to see if you are being bullshitted.
True.
who here actually has a BS meter? Because Hayes does not.
If we're not going into direct combat, I can help with that. But my meter is sitting at currently give me a hot second. Is currently sitting at a nice solid 12.
My BS meter is not high enough.
My BS not is only slightly better than lower horse arcane.
Best
We're
I
talking about bluff and intimidation, right?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to say my BS meter is at a measly 105.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Jesus, tap dancing Christ!
Hey, I
He's,
mean,
he's
if
built
you
on
need
bluff
more,
and intimidate. It's literally, I think, his
he's
best
a
skill.
duelist.
No,
I mean-
thought it was negotiation. I forgot it was intimidate.
Yeah.
I mean, my negotiation.
Negotiation is
seduction
also, I want to
75.
get into your pants.
Well,
75.
also,
He's a charismancer.
but also, bluff and intimidation is also a hey. It's basically this is your fallback if you don't have the your mother was a hamster. If you're a duelist, you're going to coax someone into trying to 1v1 you, which is kind of Mythic specialty, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yep. Also, if all else fail and the robot just hates me that much, precog. Fuck you, autopass. Speaking of casting that.
Anyway.
Just to have it.
A couple more minutes of banter pass, and he makes his way out with what appears to be a large thermos of coffee. It's one of the nicer luxury brew carafes designed to keep your coffee hot for a week straight or your money back.
Oh.
Neat.
He brings it out, sets down the tray that it's on, and brings forth a few more cups. I unfortunately only have a little bit of sugar. If you wish, I could spare a cube for each of you, but alas, I do not have any creamer, powdered or otherwise, so I do hope that black coffee is acceptable.
Thank you for the host, Evan. Sunrise eyes light up. Black coffee is what I would prefer. Moon.
Sorry, hi.
Hi.
What?
Sunrise would prefer black coffee.
Okay, sorry, I got completely distracted. Okay, so he no, you're fine. He nods to you and simply pours you a mug of black coffee. Give me a perception check, would you? Also an info roll.
Perception passed fairly. Intelligence passed with flying colors.
You recognize the smell of that roast, the smell of those beans. It snaps you back in memory to when you were young. It was a more common brand back then, but it just so happened to be one of the kinds that was kept in your own house. It's a familiar smell.
Hmm. That smells nice.
So, that's coffee.
Ah, yes, I thank you. There have been some other blends and brands brought to me by various by the well, really it's only a couple of merchants, but by the one merchant who specializes in things like this. But knowing you all and seeing you, I figured that you would simply prefer a cup of 9 o'clock. It was always it was always the kind that she preferred. I have no idea what your tastes are going to be like.
The best part of waking up is full trot in your cup.
Pretty much.
Listen, sometimes you smell terrible flavors of coffee and it brings you back. But he pours out a few cups of coffee, pours himself one, and proceeds to sit down at the table with you all. Just quietly, kind of awkwardly, shifting his glance between the lot of you.
Hmm.
Hayes just sits there and sips the coffee.
Sunrise takes a sip of it and just kind of tastes it as if rolling it on her tongue to make sure it doesn't have that Philly Scout drug ting to it.
The only kind of ting this has is the aluminum taste because it still has that vacuum sealed just out of a can flavor.
What kind of tea leaves are these?
Give me either an alchemy check or survival at a -10.
Those are both the same skill.
That I meant to say chemistry, but alchemy, but whatever.
That works too.
With him mentioning that out loud, can I sort of try? Or maybe we'll just let Mythic take the show.
Yeah.
Mythic!
Nice roll.
We've all made a terrible mistake.
Mythic, you know these as a very delicate blend of sencha and oolong. It appears to be something, a very common blend back out in the far eastern lands, but something that's definitely made its way here. It's not one of the better teas, or it's not one of the more hard to find, more rarefied teas, but it's a very solid taste, and it was clear that the leaves were prepared by someone who really understood the time and effort that it takes to dry and prepare a good tea leaf.
Definitely some very nice grade tea. Guys, you should all try the tea. He's got some really, really nice tea leaves. Kind of an uncommon but very popular mix from the more eastern places. Nothing terribly exotic, but you know.
Chifundo will hum as he's sipping away at it.
Chifundo, it is a good tea. It definitely has the taste and the quality of something prepared by a skilled alchemist. Um,
Fair enough.
Hmm.
But anyways, he just looks between a lot of you, smiling as Mythic goes on about the tea. I thank you. I go to great lengths to make sure that the food that I keep in my own home is of a quality ingredient.
Where'd you get the tea leaves, if I might ask?
Oh, the tea leaves. They came with the same person who brings my coffee, as well as some of the other luxury goods. He is another griffin by the name of Johann. He is a very good bird. Honest prices.
I might have to find this griffin just to get some tea. Or coffee.
Good
Both,
What
actually.
exactly do you trade those who show up here?
Some of this, some of that. Some of the other things I've been traded.
Hmm.
In a heavily natural place like this, I'm sure he's probably found plenty of forage, maybe some wood.
Yes, there's wood, some natural resources, there's some chemicals and the like that have been produced. Bits of crystal. Odds and ends. Most of the time, people who are making their way through these woods, who stumble upon this place accidentally, simply are trying to find a hot meal and a bed for the night, and not become dinner for some critter that lives in the woods.
Oh. So you basically act as an innkeeper who happens to violently murder their guests if they go down the wrong door?
It is clearly marked.
Marked with a sign that says, "Do not pass, or I will chase you down and behead you with claymore."
Listen, it was better than the previous orders that I had, which were simply, if you see someone nearby, stab them.
Arcane raises a
Yeah.
hoof, then lowers it. That's a valid point.
And I tried this. I eventually met a few things that I couldn't quite stab through, and I decided that a better way was just to... Well, I mean, that, and there was an abundance of stone that was here that was needed to be processed, and they ended up digging down some, so I really... The keep just kind of was a matter of circumstance and convenience, to be perfectly honest. But I don't regret this trading or this mercantile life that I have taken upon myself. It allows me to properly guard this position, and, well, I get to interact with the occasional traveler who comes this way.
I could see that.
Immortal Griffin Guard.
He just kind of shrugs. Admittedly, the ones I've had to run through like this usually have the fashion sense of something that just rolled around in a bin of medical sharps. But occasionally it's the explorer types who refuse to take no for an answer. I do feel about those ones.
So you said there was some kind of alert barring access to the stable?
Yes, he did mention that.
So, is there a place that alert was sent from, or some pony that sent it specifically?
That is... I think he mentioned that he doesn't know why it's up, only that it is.
Well, that's why I'm asking about the who.
He looks around to the lot of you. Not Sunrise. I do not recognize all of the ones that you have made your way with. Did you simply gather more as you went, or are these conscripts? He's mostly pointing to the unboxed ones.
Neither.
I do not follow.
They are friends.
A little bit of both.
Pineapple just kind of meekly, I'm with him. I see. You have befriended more things. This is expected.
It is?
If you had told me 80 years ago that you had made a bunch of friends, I would have slapped you on the knee and said, "Good joke." But a while back you decided that the friendship thing wasn't so bad. I think it was around the last time I saw you, actually. You had decided to keep the green. It looks better on you than the white. It hides stains better.
Deep and metaphorical.
Blinks a few times. Well, that was different. That was an answer I had not expected. Looks at her
If you had
coat.
come here looking for answers that you expected, you are speaking to the wrong Griffin.
You know what? Fair. I still need to figure out the Griffin I'm speaking to so I can make sure I don't offend you.
I am Valor.
Yes.
It is my duty to hold this post.
But remember, Valor, I don't remember you or anything about you, and you know so much about me already. I feel like I'm at a massive disadvantage.
He stands up, he gives you, it softens just a little bit. Like a drill instructor looking at a dumbass. He stands up and makes his way out of the chair and bows before you very deeply.
Damn delusional to think that the show didn't have some hilarious stupid.
Who the fuck was that?
I have no idea what that was.
I am
Was that
confused.
Adagio?
Was that
I don't know, but hello, person.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, so
we're
Never
allowed to be
mind.
confused, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Move on.
Okay.
Anyway, so he stands up. He gives a very deep bow. Sunrise. You know what? Sunrise. Roll me luck at a -2.
So roll you luck as though I weren't wearing my jacket. Got it.
No, you're fine.
Folks,
He stands
tonight's
up.
episode, Clueless in Equestria.
He stands up and he bows. I am Valor. I have been known by a great litany of names throughout the years. My designation number, he stops and scratches his head for a minute. I am number 11, but, the numbers are not as important as the moniker. I am Valor. I will hold this line. But, I have set up this keep, for Lost in the Woods, in order to help people who have found themselves lost in the woods.
Okay.
I can provide you with smoked meat, mostly clean water, and sporadic things if you need to make your way on to wherever your next destination may lie. I will say, it is odd to see you without a sled. Oh, yes, you used to run sleds. You occasionally made trips through the hellscape with the scout, and, another one, Well, she always referred to herself as Beanie, but the three of you used to run carts of things here and there.
Let's see. That's more information than I had before.
I am glad that you have come here and that I could give you some information. Oh, I was able to check various things while I was in there. I can attempt to elucidate some information, but unfortunately, some of it you would have to strike me down in order to learn.
Well, I don't really want to do that.
I figured you never were much of one to come to blows. That Nyota would occasionally, but you were never the biggest one.
Well, he's got that right.
He's definitely got that right.
Sorry, were you going to say something, Fee?
No, I said he's definitely got that right. I'm not the one who usually comes to blows.
Mythic might be up for it.
So, what can you share?
I do not follow.
You said that there was some information you dug up which you would be able to share without any violence.
Yes, the information. 19, sunrise. He grits his beak for a minute and just kind of punches himself once in the head. I swear I will eventually get this new name of yours right.
As I am sure you will. And I will commit your name to memory. Valor, I do not mean to ask or intrude upon your charge or make you uncomfortable, but, what would be required for us to gain access to the facility?
You have to beat me. That was the rule and designation that I was given. Those who have, clearly, if there was a combatant who was able to strike me down, they were worthy of entrance in, if they did not have the proper clearance.
I see.
There is an arena.
I'm becoming increasingly interested in what you mean by strike you down. Do you mean like actually legitimately kill you, or just simply best you in a sparring match?
I will be fine. If you kill me, I will get better.
Yeah, he gets back up.
Yeah, that was the part that I was worried about. Because see, I mean, if somebody were to just kill you, you might get back up and wreak your revenge in one way or another, and
Am I
busts.
right in thinking?
Hold on. At hearing you might wreak your revenge, he busts out laughing. Like you have just told him the funniest joke in the world.
I suspect if he was bested in honorable combat, I imagine he would be relatively fine with that.
You are not a sneak thief raider who has come in to try and slit my throat in the dark of night, who found their head pulped like an overripe tomato. You, brave warrior, have actually chosen to comment and question myself. I did not earn the moniker Valor by being a coward.
His point.
I liked this griffin the instant I saw him and heard him.
And besides, we are gatekeepers. We are weapons. We do not die. We simply must be reloaded.
Why does everyone else have the gold boxes except for me? It sounds like it'd be so much fun. But I digress. Personally, I was kind of hoping to challenge you to a sparring match of some sort. I've just kind of become increasingly curious as to how good you are with that giant sword. I'm just kind of more along the lines of afraid of having my head just come detached from my body.
Mythic, why don't
That
you
is
and Bella go flirt in the arena and then we can sort out what happens after that?
That is a viable risk. You may lose a head or none.
That's okay. If you lose your head, I'll make you a new one.
Valor, if you
Thanks,
were my
Dave.
friend, you do understand I would rather you not kill my other friends over something.
And that alone is usually where most of the effort comes in. Most people who attempt to ask, who attempt to inquire, simply hear that some form of martial or mortal combat will be on the line, and that is usually the time they are good to go.
Without a box, the only advice for Mythic is don't die.
It would be terribly hard with a little bit of ingenuity and determination.
There's the spirit. Show how good a sword pony you are.
Well, I beat a pink Cazador in honorable combat. Yeah, I'm sure I can handle myself against you.
Again, I would rather you not fight each other because he will probably kill you instead of holding back.
Holding back? He just turns and blinks at you.
Stopping just short of decapitating him.
He just looks over to Mythic. Son, I need you to lock eyes with me for a moment.
He does exactly that. Yes, sir.
He just stares really deep into your eyes. If this was some kind of date, it would be overtly romantic. It would usually lead to some kind of poetic moment. But in this moment, it feels as if your very soul is being interrogated. As if whatever is happening, this look into your eyes, as if your very nature, your being was being laid before this bird. No secret with hidden, no shame concealed, nothing. And after a moment, he blinks and looks away. You wouldn't get back up.
No, he would not.
Well, I'm all for team sports, so...
Kinky!
So if you wished to grab an ally, or all of you, if that be the case. But... And he just continues chewing on a little bit of the... He pulls out a small piece of bread and passes it around to everyone. Just talking like this is just Thursday afternoon brunch. Just not a care in the world.
I mean, to be fair to this guy, talking about death and dismemberment is Thursday lunch.
Well, I mean, I had almost punched my head off, so I mean, I guess it wouldn't be nothing new. Then there was the two landmines.
Allowing those two to finish having their moment, Chifundo will turn to Arcane. Yes, not long after we met this pony, he got into a duel with a pink Cazador and bested it.
Is all you get, but there's definitely a look of, oh, okay, that's unexpected.
I'm
was
pretty
talking to
sure.
Arcane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
Valor and Arcane both had the same expression of, well, that's a thing.
Valor just, I was gonna say, Valor just sticks a claw up in the air at hearing about this pink Cazador.
Is this the case where they both raise a limb at the same time to ask a question? They both respectfully lower them at the same time.
Yes, they both put They both put them back up. They both lowered them down, and eventually, well, one of us is going to have to speak.
Because at this point, Mythic would like to comment. First of all, before any questions are asked, the Cazador challenged me first. Now you may ask
You
me
still
questions.
haven't explained how that is a thing, but okay.
Claw goes back up into the air.
The
I have
action of
further questions.
Arcane will look over to Mythic and point to Valor. I do as well.
Yes, Hayes.
Hayes takes some of the bread, dunks it in his coffee, then bites it like this.
Apparently, this bird is clearly a Dark Souls boss. He has a giant sword, awesome armor, and character.
I would also like to fire back at Sunrise. Okay, but you still haven't explained why apparently Pinkie Pie is following you around in your head.
If you could see spirits, you would see her.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't explain why she's there.
I wish I knew the answer.
Well, I wish I knew the answer why and or how the Cazador came up to me and challenged me.
Well, sometimes the wastes are weirder than you would.
Very much so.
As I'm learning in increasing amounts. But yes, any questions I would be happy to answer if I can answer them. He still wears that badge, by the way.
Hell yes. The Griffin just stares at you perplexed and looks back over to Sunrise and just cocks a little bit of a smile. It brings me joy in the depths of my heart and core that you still keep such an interesting menagerie of companions.
I mean, they wanted to come with. I'm not one to really super argue about it. Unless they, cause a problem.
Understood.
And well, by now some of us have been around so long that, might as well. We've developed a thing of companionship.
Well, you either live together or you die together. There really is no in between.
I mean, you can always die separated.
I mean, there's the possibility of like only half of us dying in.
There is that possibility, yes.
So, you were saying that there is some information that you can share with us in the here and now. Are you happy to go into that?
Was that to Myth?
No, that was to Valor, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need you to re-ask the question again. I did not hear you.
Chifundo turns to Valor and says, so you said there was some information you can share with us now? Are you okay to go into that?
He blinks after a moment and... Oh, right! Yes, I forgot. That was half of the reason I came back out here. The first notification came... Oh... The timestamp on here puts it at... And he rattles off what it would be in the pre-Equestrian year. But to anyone familiar with the important dates and times of the war, that puts it at right around 70 or so years after the bombs fell. 80 at the most. There was an additional breach on that one about the same time, several years after that. Oh no, wait, that date is wrong. There was another code thrown in, but the year date is not registering anything. That's peculiar.
Hmm.
But there was another breach, what was supposed to be a short, what seems to be a short period of time after that, and it was a very simple door open, door close. There was another focus of entry about. He flips through, he flips through, he flips through, he flips through. There was another. Well, it states that there was another unauthorized entrance, but that the door was never opened. It's just that the turrets in the main area indicated some kind of movement that wasn't registered on the scanners, and it seems that they attempted to neutralize whatever the target was that got inside. There seems to be a couple of other signals here, but I believe that they can be accounted for something else. I have no idea if it was a code in the air or whatnot, but that at least allows me to lower a couple of the things down from the alert that they're on. However, as I still have not received any kind of command or any kind of new orders from Central, I unfortunately am not able to have my current orders completely rescinded.
That last one might have been Bodapet.
That might have actually just been a rabbit. That would make sense.
Is there...
If the sensors were geared up towards pony-sized creatures...
Oh, if they were geared up to
rabbit
shoot
wouldn't
at
show on them.
anything, yeah, it would have been Bodapet, because Bodapet triggered the turrets, and they emptied their ammunition stock. Trying to shoot something that they couldn't even get the turret low enough to shoot.
That rabbit was some kind of teleporting... Yeah, I'm not even sure how Boda was able to do what Boda could do.
We could just looks at Nyota. Ask.
Is Nyota still gone, though? That's the question.
There is still a blinking Nyota-shaped depression, or still a blinking Nyota-shaped outline where your husband was.
When he gets back, of course. When he gets back,
That means Bodapet was sitting in that vault for 100 years before you met him.
Or he found a way in.
And out and back in.
Question.
Anyway.
Valor, if we just wanted to turn the alert off, how would we go about doing that?
He stops for a moment. I don't actually know. I was never given that information in my briefings.
I see.
I assumed it was one of those, I don't need to know this.
Arcane would pause and raise a hoof to ask a tiny quick question. While looking at Valor.
Yes.
I have a quick question. Have you seen anyone with who kind of look like this and insert the... Hang on. Give me a second. I have this on my ponies of interest list. Give me a second. I need to find him. Where is he? Okay, I'm not very angry because he... Oh, wait, no, he's here. I didn't write down what he looked like. I'm now very angry.
Do.
Very bland, very generic.
What device?
Yeah, I was looking for plot device, but I thought I had written down his appearance. But Arcane would give his appearance.
Here's the thing, you probably wrote his appearance down a handful of times, but every time you tried to update his appearance or go back to it, it was always the same thing. A boorish bookkeeper earth pony. What did you roll? I'm lagging just a little bit.
It was just Mythic saying he was back.
Oh, okay. He looks at the list. He looks at the everything for a minute. Unfortunately, this is not one of the ones that I have seen. However, I have heard talk of his name prior. I do not know where, but I do not believe that your search will lead you here for this one, young one.
All right.
Or rather, he just sniffs a second. I should say old one. You are a peculiar one.
Arcane blinks confusedly while looking at Talon and just has this look of, okay, this guy has a bit more abilities than I expected.
When Vala's doing the whole sort of peering into the other creature, does Chavunda get a sense that there's anything spiritual going off?
Give me shamanism check.
Uh, 88.
It's faint, and it doesn't appear so much that it's communing with any kind of spirit, more so much that there is some kind of spiritual energy somewhere in the system powering whatever is being used. But it's not purely shamanistic. It's hard to place what the rest of it is, but you recognize foreign magic. You just don't know what it is.
Okay.
But after staring a handful of you down for a moment and sporadically going back to his food, he'll look up and... Do any of you require more water or additional coffee? Can I interest any of you in food?
You're being very generous. Thank you. I mean, we did.
You have not attempted to violate my single rule, so I would be remiss to not honor the contracts of host right.
I'm quite satisfied for the moment. Pineapple, how about you?
He just nods, very small nods. Yeah, I lost my appetite to eat about the time he kept mentioning violently murdering.
Pineapple, he won't violently murder us so long as we don't violate his number one rule. It's the same as any random settlement in the wasteland. They have rules. So long as you don't do anything wrong, they won't do anything bad to you.
That is correct, little pineapple. So long as you do not attempt to cross the line back inside of the keep, not a single lick of harm will come to you as long as you are here. This causes him to meep harder and attempt to cling even closer to Mythic. A very difficult feat, considering that he is wearing armor.
And was already clinging fairly tightly to Mythic anyway.
Mythic is engaging the bean status. And a Mythic, Pineapple's engaging the bean status.
Damn it.
Don't worry, Pineapple. If anything were to attempt to happen to you, it'd have to go through me first. And I don't let things go through me.
This makes him feel better.
Excuse me. Good coffee. I'm actually drinking tea, but sunrise is never good coffee.
Yeah, no, actually.
So, Valor, just to clarify, would it be the facility the alert was triggered in, or a different place that could turn the alert off?
It would likely be a different place that would turn the alert off.
I see.
I do not believe the facility... He pauses for a moment. I am not aware if the facilities have the issue to send out some kind of a signal, but it is entirely possible that someone from inside that stable could turn that off, but more than likely it is going to be at the central hub where things will be turned off.
And you know where this central hub is?
I do not. He stops for a minute and holds up a finger, essentially giving you the verbal, no, hold on, I need to rephrase that. I feel as if I remember where the location is, but when I try to focus on where this place may be, the only thought or, sensation, I should say, in my mind is a dull stabbing feeling. Suffice to say, no, I do not actually know where this place is located.
Mental conditioning. Okay.
I was going to suggest that Sunrise shows you her map, but I suspect
that may cause a worse feeling in his head.
Yes, given what happened with damn it. Sparrow when she encountered 88, that yes, it may not end well for Valor if we push that point too hard.
You doing okay over there?
Yeah, both of us just hit our desk for different reasons.
Oh, okay.
I was repeatedly hitting my desk. It's like thoughts on the tip of my tongue. What is it? What is it? What is it? Name. Basically, I was doing a U on it, Moon.
Right.
That name.
That's right. That's what I thought. But it was you both were doing it at the same time. I was genuinely concerned.
We're fine. Just crazy.
Well, yeah, that's a given. You've optionally decided to sacrifice a night of your week to me. Of course you're crazy.
But we're fine, just crazy.
I have no qualms with this, though.
Good point. Okay. But as the questions stagnate, as he gives straight answers without much fluff or unfortunately helpful substance, he goes back to just nibbling on the food before him. He seems to be trying to match whoever is eating the slowest, but he's clearly gone through a couple of cups of coffee at this point in time. About an hour of time has passed since you first got here from arrival to this moment. It's very peaceful here. It doesn't smell like the wasteland. It honestly feels like you're just in a state park. Minus the roving packs of chipmunks.
Chifundo will actually sort of close his eyes and kind of absorb the sensations of the place. Just kind of dwell on them for a moment. It is unusually vibrant around here. It feels like the stories my tribe handed down from before the war. Do you know why that is, Bala?
Are you asking me if I know why your tribe had stories that reflect this place, or if I know why this place is verdant with life?
Why this place is so teeming with life?
He pauses to think for a moment. I forgot he's still in the GM layer.
He engaged stealth mode so hard he jumped planes of existence.
Apparently.
Yeah, he's totally been there the whole time. Just exceptionally dumb.
Don't worry, folks. This is a professionally presented game. Nothing to see.
We're not helping. If anything, making it worse.
So, Valor.
Yes.
So, just a point of clarification. Now, you say that somebody needs to beat you. Does that need to be a physical contest, or can it be another form of contest?
That is an excellent question.
Wit is the sharpest sword.
He stops. Just stops in his tracks. What kind of a challenge did you have in mind?
Well,
he who smells of the zebra agent.
Sunrise thinks about it. Chess, drinking, craftsmanship.
He stops. He looks you dead in the eyes, Sunrise, and for the first time, now, as you stare at him, as you watch him smile, a cascading echo of memories hit. You've seen that smile before, but this is the first time you've seen it while you're here. I, Valor, would be honored to have an opponent in this game of chess. It is a duel of the minds.
Chess, you say?
And my brain is as sharp as my sword. I have had little to do here but sharpen my academias. Many books I have consumed.
Dude, no one want to play chess with him.
Oh, come on.
It's been a long. Our character has been a long time since I played chess.
He stops and he stops and he thinks about it. I suppose too that would eliminate the need for me to have to kill you.
It certainly would preclude it, at the very least.
Hurricane would pause and raise a hoof. If we don't feel like challenging you to a bout of combat and, well, a physical effort, could we potentially supplant it for a battle of the minds, as, well, mentioned just a second ago? But if anything, each of us could potentially offer a different way of doing combat. Or not combat, but a challenge. I mean, I wouldn't mind a game of chess. It's been a while, but if you've got a full set, I'm game.
He stops and he thinks for a moment. In past altercations, it has usually been that if a group... He stops and he thinks again for a moment. You may be the first group to ever ask me for some kind of a challenge that was not of martial combat. I will have to think on this one for a moment. In that time, I could offer you a place to rest and gather your strength for a moment. Lunch, if you so desire it. I need to place a few more stones. There was a bit of a storm that knocked some loose. It helps me think as well.
Arcane would give a respectful nod. I can understand that. Sometimes work is a good way to do some thinking. However, if you don't mind me asking, judging from the fact that you have clearly a bit of academia background, would you happen to have a library of some sort?
I do, but unfortunately that is not for public eyes.
His eyes light up and then they shut back down. Book course got excited and then book course got denied.
Book course got denied hard.
He then raises a hoof again. Could I challenge you separately for being able to access that, or is that a no, this is a personal one and I do not feel comfortable sharing the tomes within the library? Because if it is the latter, I will.
Oh, are you asking in character, or are you
Yeah,
trying to?
he was asking in character. He was basically saying, could I challenge you separately as a separate challenge to have access to this collection? Or is this a no, I do not feel comfortable sharing this? And he would, Inorcane would back off on that. He would respect his privacy on that.
As you ask him for a separate challenge to be able to see the library, you watch his entire body deflate. I would accept this challenge.
As his body deflates, there is a definite folding back of ears of, I think I did something wrong.
I would accept this challenge. Yes. I suppose that you would not wish to fight to the death over knowledge.
He pauses and looks down to his hooves. I'm not really the best at martial combat. I'd say more likely you're better off talking to Mythic.
You are free to use a gun if you so wish. Bullets do not frighten me.
Again, Valor, we are not the sort of group who resorts to violence. We are actively trying to avoid an actual violent confrontation. We appreciate your honesty.
He stops and he turns to you. This is not violence. Violence would be an unprovoked act of aggression. This is friendly martial combat. We are sitting, having a drink and a meal, talking about the upcoming bouts and fights that we will face each other in. This is not violence. There are no threats of violence. I have clearly stated the things that will cause me to attack you. None of you are in the moment violating those things that will cause me to attack. And the blueberry over there was merely asking if he could come to a separate challenge. I do not know which kind of challenge he would wish to go after me with, but I wish to remind him that it is not purely martial. If you wish to use your long arms or ranged weapons against me, that is just as fine. It does not have to be a martial challenge. I just prefer it. But I am not one to have never used a gun before. I am a decent shot with a shotgun.
Yeah, but let's just say you could probably hit me once with a talon and I'd be out for the day. However, he pauses and he has this moment of, wait a minute, you're a griffin, I can ask this. Would you happen to know any old griffish and I apologize if that question is rude in any fashion.
No, the question is not rude. I know a little bit. I have studied some in my spare time. But please, allow me to clean up for this. Take a moment, rest yourselves. It has been a decent walk, and I'm going to assume that ponies like you do not see nature like this much.
No, we do not.
I mean, we technically did just see it at the Philly Scout camp.
That was about a week ago. Has it been a week since that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about that.
Give or take, yes.
Would now be a good time to call a break while everybody gathers their thoughts on what we'd like to do next?
That sounds like an idea.
God, yes.
Cool.
Okay, let's all meet back up at 11:30. It is just about 11:22 now, so grab coffee, stretch, grab water, grab food if you need it, and then we'll be back in about 10.
Cool.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering air's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts.
The ashes of war through the blood and the gore of man once born in this world that is torn. A brood that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day through the parts that we play as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and his words we remind. To
You know where I've come from, but not from how far. A journey so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world saw its end, but what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark. No,
When you're in trouble, I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide. Can't stop returning. A penance and pain in a body left laid, but inside the fire keeps burning.
Still death is calling. The rivers run dry neath a blackened out sky, and all the dead trees are falling.
I'm assuming I hopped in during the break.
Yep.
I am mostly okay.
Every new day in the creatures we face will see equal judgment, our mercy or grace. Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
And all bloody work for a hope that we hold of past golden age and its story still told, and what sacred virtues we're able to heed to bring back to those who are in need.
The future is daunting. It's going to be shaped by the choices we make and those of the ghosts that are haunting.
And hope's worth preserving.
Both
Near and
spirits
so
and
far, all the angels there are must now bring a peace that's deserving.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost,
And I'm back.
but now
Welcome back.
I'm found.
Welcome back.
Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I was first found. Through many
Part of me really wants to challenge him to a drinking
dangers,
contest.
toils, and
You would lose.
snares
You would lose.
we have
If you want to challenge him over drinking, I have been chomping at the bit since the exact end of last session to play a chess game against this guy. No, because I'm just like, this guy has this big fancy keep. He's totally got a chess set. Arcane hasn't gotten the chance to play chess in forever. Let's do it. Plus, also, I mean, we might be able to pull something off akin to the Liar's Dice game scene. Look, I got a little bit of inspiration from that video.
That was
I'm like,
that would be amazing.
Yeah, that scene was really nice.
I'm just sitting here like, please, please, let me do the one thing that this character is built to do.
yeah, I would say make sure you have a stopgap for it. If I need to, I can probably. Okay, if we don't do a to the death. If he's willing to offer a not to the death battle, I might be willing to go firearms against him. Also, I can probably coax him with a little extra reward too, or a little bit of extra honor if I manage to test him.
Was blind, but now I see. I took a final breath to finish the song and felt my tears slowly drying. Was blind, but now I see.
traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down.
Well, this would be an idea that would be.
Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My main's been wet with the morning dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from stable 43. She spoke to me, voice so full of good. I thought I heard the shuffle of the angels. She called my name and my heart stood still. When she said, phone, go and do my will. Go tell that lion, you traitor.
That is incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly hilarious.
Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit fighter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna.
I wouldn't be surprised if crossing that line triggers some countermeasures.
Well, let's be honest. Drunken Swords Griffin is probably more dangerous. He might be a master of the drunken style.
Blast sooner or later she'll cut you down.
That's even more dangerous.
You may throw your rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man. But sure as selection made day and night, what's down in the dark will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that light-year traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down.
Alright, I am sorry about that delay. The microwave was not cooperating with me. Yeah, I'm fine. It just... Sometimes a minute is long enough to reheat the coffee. Sometimes a minute just makes the coffee colder and you're really not sure why, and the microwave scares you just a little.
Oh, that kind of microwave. The fun kind.
The microwaves that may or may not just be heresy.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Although thankfully...
So is that why Tech Priest goes for toasters then?
Yes, because a toaster is never going to demand a child sacrifice.
Isn't it, though?
Now, microwaves are the ones that demand a child.
Hmm.
I thought it was more just microwaves that only know one noise, which is angry beeping.
No. They know two sounds. Angry beeping and angry buzzing.
That is definitely two sounds.
Neither of which you want to fall across on you separately.
Oh, suddenly loud Chifunko. I was doing so good until you came back in and threw off my groove, and I just called you Chifundo.
Also Moon.
I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, hi, Quick Stitch. How are you? How are things?
I am adequate.
Adequate is good. Content is where I strive for, but adequate is definitely good.
Also, that Hedy picture is really good.
In the meantime, I do have artwork for you guys. So these are the pieces of artwork for the Ode to Alguacil that comes out this Saturday. We have one for Al, and we have one for Sunrise and Chifundo singing, and then we have one of Scapola and Nyota making the actual music part. So those are actually, they've been released on my Discord if you want to come check them out there. But those are now available to you guys.
Uh-oh, since the script is demanding blood.
I mean, it's Cinder.
I mean,
No,
admittedly, I want blood too, but you just had to say chess. You could have picked.
I mean, okay, out of
literally anything else. It would have been no.
Out of character, we might have just taken advantage of you a little bit, Moon.
Oh no, that's the same thing as me as playing a game of Cards Against Humanity and someone just playing there's a couple card combos that will almost always win if I'm the one judging them. But no, there is legitimately a reason why.
It's okay, Fee. I take advantage of Moon out of character all the time.
I mean, I do the same to you.
Moon, Moon, if it makes you feel any better, I walked out of last week's session just immediately going, I want to play this guy against chess. I want to play this guy against chess. I want to play this guy against chess.
Why? Why chess?
Because chess is cool. Plus, also, I mean, come on, we can totally
Fuck you,
just
nerd.
have a.
Nerd. Yeah, no, chess is actually really fucking cool.
I'll have you know, I did chess UIL. Jeez, that was ages ago.
Wow, you're a nerd.
Oh.
We didn't actually get to play chess. It was freaking multiple choice questions on like, oh, how can you win in this many rounds? I'm like, that's really freaking dumb.
Oh God, that's not fun at all.
No,
I know. Yeah,
That's not. No. No, I'm so sorry. That's awful.
It's fine. I usually was able to kidnap my brother to play rounds of it. We actually both enjoyed it.
I need to dig it out. My uncle actually brought me a board back from Egypt. The thing is cut out of a piece of, I think it's either marble or slate, but it's heavy. It's really pretty, but it's gorgeous.
If you ever dig it up, please take pictures. I want to see that.
Same.
I absolutely will.
Yay.
But 5D chess.
No, we are not
Or
talking
shoot, what
about
is that
5D
one
chess with
chess
time
board?
travel. We are not talking about 5D chess with time travel. No.
Yes.
By the way, more people are starting to demand blood.
I mean, first to half health.
I mean, did you want me to attempt to one-shot him in the head or something? We can try. Just kidding, no.
We most certainly can.
I mean, he's unarmored, so I mean, unless he has a bunch of natural DT or DR or something, you could probably just pop him once if you get lucky with a war crime round from Sunray.
I suspect there's more.
This is where he pops helmets are for cowards.
That's entirely fair. Its armor is for cowards, and he probably also has heroic visage because, come on,
No, hold on. I need to upload this so I can display this image because it didn't upload one I thought it did last session.
I suspect there's more to the burb than we realize.
I wouldn't be surprised. I need to interrogate this guy on knowledge of Griffish. Okay, sorry, Varna, go ahead.
Well, he is he is an agent. I'm pretty sure more than what his initial appearance is like par for the course.
Okay, there it is. Now it uploaded.
Are we about to get a new token for him?
No, you're going to essentially just get additional info on an existing token.
Because it looks like there's a suit of armor now.
Amazing.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
Moon! Really? Really?
It's more the fact that it actually works surprisingly well.
I know.
Hold on, MT. Make a token out of that armor.
No,
the armor, not the background.
So I had, in all honesty, intended to make a token between now and then, but I have been trying to reformat my computer for the last week. And I got to the point in time where the hard drive was going to get ripped out and flung out the window if it didn't fix itself. Anyway.
Where'd you put the picture?
I literally overlaid it with the Griffin as best I could. He's
literally, yeah. It looks like bad Photoshop, but it made me giggle.
Good!
Oh,
that's
found
the
it.
point!
It made me giggle.
It's good.
Griffin with the buff armor. Oh boy.
Listen, at this point in time, people who just stumble onto the stream is gonna go, wow, he's a decent orator, but his map skills are fucking shit. Anyone who's been here for a while is like, oh yeah, it's a moon map.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is one of the better moon maps.
Ah, damn, your map making skills have
Wow,
improved,
I'm not
Moon.
sure if you just insulted Moon or congratulated him.
Thank you. I actually
The
put
answer
in
is
a
yes.
decent bit of effort on this one.
I mean, come on, I haven't even secretly improved it yet.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, a moon map is kind of actually better than when you imported that massive city that tanked everybody's systems trying to play on it.
No, that's because I had accidentally made a map that was like a 5 gigabyte map. it wasn't that I had uploaded it, it's that that map was built to scale. Actually, hold on 1 second.
Whoa.
MT, did you really just communityism that token?
I mean, it is without context.
Absolutely.
What did he do?
Look at communityisms on the server.
God.
Holy shit, I wasn't ready.
I approve. I approve of quoting Moon's tokens as a communityism.
This I ain't arguing with it.
I'm not. I can't.
No, this is. Do not drop it on your. Oh, that's a heavy board.
All right.
So, hey, folks, we could technically have a chess match with blood.
Yes.
Are we playing wizard chess now?
Heavy pieces. Heavy pieces. The kind that if the pieces are thrown. The kind of chess pieces.
I was checking the I was checking the distance on that other map, and I had made it in pixels. It was a little bit low, but I tried to make it distant. The measured road from one side to the other, just from left to right, was about 1/5 of a mile.
Oh, wow.
I tried to make those buildings to scale. That's the reason why, like, you were essentially on like 1.5 acres of land.
So, So, yeah, somebody throws a quartz chess piece at you, it's gonna hurt if they manage to hit you. That's like
Anyways,
break your nose.
So, Nyota, are you here?
I
We
am.
have everybody?
Okay. Yeah, I believe we do. So, while all of this conversation is going on involving alternative methods of combat and not being murder hobos, even when the boss is like, no, it's okay, murder me, I get back up. Nyota has gone on a bit of a walkabout through the woods.
Uh-oh.
And Nyota, as you're making your way through, being guided by just a quiet voice in the back of your head muttering, I am close, you come upon what appears to be in the underbrush a tuft of rabbit-colored rabbit fur.
Oh.
Indeed. And I take the opportunity to follow the broken branches, bent limbs, and whatnot that might have remained after the period of time.
It's clear that a good number of things had made their way through here, but you're a skilled enough tracker that you're able to make your way, following the odd bits of hair, the little droplets of blood here or there, and you finally make your way to a to a spot where there's a lot more fluff, a lot more of that rabbit-colored fluff, but there's also just some gray fur, bits of slightly magical sticks and timber. Excuse me, I need more water. But there was just a pile of parts, and it appears that there was a really savage attack here. However, as you scan the scene and scout the area, a small for a pony, large for something that small, trail of blood leads away from the area. However, it is old, it's dried, but nothing seems to have come through the area to fully disturb it away.
I'll take a peek inside the hole and see what I can make out, if there's anything still alive after, well, especially as a rabbit losing that much blood.
It it requires you looking at the world with shamanistic eyes, but you're able to follow the trail to a small dug-in burrow, and inside of there, in what appears to be badly mangled but still alive, the slightly sheltered frame of Bodapet.
Oh boy.
You hear the voice in the back of your head. You have found me. I cannot believe you have found me.
It was going to happen one way or another, but now I need to see what I'm dealing with before I break whatever this is. And I start rummaging around my pack and getting out various medical supplies. And as I'm doing so, I take the time to examine the body that is currently in some form of stasis, I guess.
As you get a little bit closer and start poking the body over, it appears as though Boda forced himself into a state of hibernation. His breathing is shallow, it's almost non-existent. He's cold, but not cold. there are some deep wounds on the body, but most of the injuries appear to just be large lacerations. You can tell from the way that he curled up that he was attempting to close the wound as best he could. And in some way it actually succeeded. You can tell there is the start of some clotting. But rabbits don't heal as well as ponies do. And so there was only so much he could do to preserve himself. Your best guess is that, given that he is Boda, he was able to either reach out to someone he had formed a strong connection with, or is far closer on the brink between life and death than you realize. However, inside your pack, there are the needed supplies in order to give him the best chance you can.
Well, even better if I take some time before disturbing him further. I'm actually going to reach into my bag and check what gemstones I have, because I'm going to attempt to make a brief contract with the Spirit of Life if I can get one.
Now, were you the one who had the bag of gemstones that just said Ask Moon, or was that Chifundo?
I have it.
Why in the 9 hells do you have it? You're not even zebra flavored.
No,
Fuck
I have
you.
a
My
bag of-
shamanism is over 100.
What the actual shit?
Just to make you go, what the actual
Anyway.
shit? That's the sole reason.
Anyway, no, I requested a collection of gemstones from Medicinal before they went into South Shore.
Yes, and Hayes got them. So he's got a bag full of pretty red gemstones, even though we don't know what specifically is all in that bag of pretty red gemstones.
Give me a second. I need to shuffle over to the book.
But as for Quick Stitch, he's the best daddy doctor in the wasteland.
And he ain't fucking here.
Yeah.
Yes, he's dealing with a much greater threat. 2 angry pregnant women who can cast eldritch knives at expert level.
That is a excellent point. That is an excellent point.
I don't think there is a stable in Equestria deep enough to survive that.
I can't
We
even argue.
request ice cream!
Well, if you know if any of any of the babies come out stripy, then you know who's the daddy for that one.
Yeah, that is very true.
Yeah, that was a bit of a confusing night.
You're all terrible.
Takes one to call one.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of casual sex between friends.
A lot can go wrong there, but okay.
So, Nyota, I need you to roll me. Let's see, it's 1, 2.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have siblings.
5, 6.
Hush, Twitty.
Apparently it's Nyota.
Nyota, please roll me a d8. Okay, please give me another d8. Hilarious. I need one more D8. Oh, nice. And medicinal, do you remember how many stones? Did you get an exact amount of stones, or did you just buy a bunch?
I believe it was specifically 1,000 caps worth. So, no, I don't believe I ever got an actual.
Nyota, inside the little felt pouch, there appear to be 5 gemstones. They're all a little bit smaller in size. They clearly appear to be more things made for jewelry, or to be cut down into jewelry. But they do still seem very real. You recognize the bulk of them as all being sardonyx. It is most of them are red, some of them are mostly white, but they have bands of red and white around the stone. Would you like the stats on this gemstone? Specifically the sparkle and rarity of it.
Yes, please.
It has a sparkle of 7, it has a rarity of 3.
All right, and that's all 5 of those?
No, there is inside the bag, kind of thrown in. It's got a couple of flecks of white in it, and it seems that whomever was buying this bag, or it seems that whomever was handling this bag, clearly made a mistake. However, due to your shamany training, and you know what, fuck it, as you look over this gem, there's an X button. When you press that, it displays the stats for it, because I don't give a fuck anymore.
I mean, honestly, the Pip-Buck would probably tell me.
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot you have an
Yeah,
interface
the
arm.
hood probably would.
Right, yeah, so as you, well, you know what, he doesn't tend to use it that much, so I often forget that he has one. So yeah, as you are pulling this one out, it registers as a fire opal. It has a sparkle of 13 and a rarity of 9. It very clearly was not meant to be in with the sardonyx stones. But their loss is your gain.
Well, this is what happens when you buy them from a robot.
And remember, no refunds.
Wrong franchise.
For the time being, I will set the fire opal aside. I have plans for that one. But as far as the sardonyx are concerned, I will kind of like take each one and judge each one individually as best I can. Preferably hoping to find the overall best quality of the 4 that I have to work out a deal.
They all appear to be roughly similar in size. However, on one of them, you noticed that the way that the stone itself formed, there's almost a little bit of a clef in it. It just gives the gemstone an odd bit of personality to it, whereas the other ones are mostly spherical, a little lumpy. None have such a distinct shape on them. It's pleasant to the frog to touch with it.
Red M&Ms.
And at that point, I think I've found the stone that I'm going to offer up as part of the binding.
Well, the area that you're in, while not having a specific spirit or two floating around, there are trace echoes of spiritual life essence floating around. This area is teeming with life. So finding one to assist you should not be that difficult. Please just make me a shamanism check to call out to one.
I suppose that'll do.
Oh, yeah. That'll do.
That'll do.
You call out. Do you have a specific thing you wish to ask, or just close eyes and think of life spirit?
I'm specifically looking for a spirit that aids in growth after injury, like for plant life that's had a limb torn off by a creature wandering through, or for animals that have broken limbs or survived an attack by a predator.
Please roll me your spirit affinity.
That's a pass by 2, apparently.
Okay.
Nyota's rolling hot.
No, that's not what he rolled. Okay, so, Nyota, as you call out to a spirit to aid you, there is a soft crunching of leaves and sticks behind you. The sound of wind preceding it momentarily.
Oh boy. Oh, I think I know who answered the call.
Oh no.
It's the level 24 spirit.
I appreciate you answering my summons. I call upon you in a time of need.
Do you turn around?
Yes.
Before you, there appears to be a stag that stands easily 10 feet at the shoulder. He has a rack of antlers that appear almost as if it is a sprawling canopy of tree growing from his head. His hooves and his fetlocks are intertwined with vines and ivy. And his eyes have the same resonant green as rare jade. And yet, the voice is not intimidating. The voice is warm. You have called out to aid, and aid has come. Please point me in the direction of the wounded little one.
I nod and gently lift Boda out of the hole where he had curled up for a forced hibernation.
He flinches as you pick him up, but it doesn't stir him from the hibernation. The flinch appears to be purely autonomic in nature.
And I will set his body down in the space that I had prepared to start mending his wounds as best I could, but now that I have assistance, I look up to the forest spirit. I appreciate you answering my call. I doubt that I have anything for proper compensation, but I need help. I don't have everything I need that would help save this creature's life.
Shaman, you have everything that you need. You only need to look inside of you. You have training. You have skill. You only need the will to use it. That is why I am here. I will be your guiding hoof. I will make sure that this creature does not become part of the cycle this day. You feel a bit more confident in your medical skill. His words stir confidence in you. Just a sensation that you won't fail this.
And so, under his watchful gaze and with the knowledge that there is a literal spirit of life, specifically the spirit of life of the entire forest, aiding me, I will begin to start tending to Boda's wounds.
As you lean over and begin the process of binding him, the elder steps a hoof down near the frail form. Grass and green shoots of vine grow before your eyes, lifting the creature up into the air. Vines supporting the frail frame and manipulating the body around. The gentle ministrations of the skilled tendrils ensure that the body will not be jostled violently during the process. There is enough room on either side for you to work a hoof around.
And so I will take a healing potion and shred one of the bandages into smaller strips that will more easily wrap the wounds that Boda has taken care of. And those strips are going to be gently soaked in healing potion.
You dip them in healing potion, and right away they begin to leach up the healing liquid. And as the strips are small, of course, but it appears to not even disturb the contents of the potion.
Well, I am going to make sure that the worst of the wounds get a direct application of a small amount of healing potion, and then I'm going to bind the cuts that I can see as I'm working around his form. I'm also going to palpate to make sure that his bones are still correctly set and not broken.
The small bones are easy enough to reposition. As brutal of a wasteland is, you've more than likely seen the inside of a rabbit a time or two, so realigning the frame isn't that hard. It's surprising every time you move one of the bones how small this creature is, and yet what a giant heart it contains to have resisted death and sought you out the way that it did. All the while, you kind of feel him just perched on your head. Just, yes, this is good. Please bind the stab wound where the squirrel got me in the leg.
I hadn't noticed that one. Give me a moment, and I'll check the leg that he points out. Oh yeah, that was hidden under the rabbit-colored rabbit fur because yeah, that spot's dark enough to hide a blood stain. Thanks for pointing that out.
As you move the rabbit-colored rabbit fur, you see a squirrel-shaped squirrel knife wound. It appears to have just complete. The top and bottoms of the bone are holding the limb intact, but there is a puncture wound clear through the leg.
And we're gonna take a moment, and I'm gonna check and see if I've got a sewing kit.
What
well,
is
I'm going to be getting that on the I need to purchase one of those list.
the spirit notices the wound and notices your lack of a sewing kit. Please, I can take care of this one. The hoof rotates about 10 degrees and another vine comes up. This one a lot thinner, a lot ropier than the other one, and it just begins binding its way around the leg, threading itself ever so slightly through the fur, bringing it together as it grows around it. And before your eyes, a cast is grown around this puncture wound.
Okay, now, is there anything else I need to know about Boda, or have we gotten everything so far? Head wounds.
The head wounds have been bound, the gouges in the fur have been closed and cleaned, the puncture wound through the leg is prepped. You can tell that there was armor on this rabbit at one point in time, but it's been, aside from a few pieces here or there, it's been completely rended. However, the fact that it was destroyed seems to be one of the few things that kept Boda alive, as that took the brunt of the impact.
Well, I guess you're going to be staying with us while the rest of this heals up naturally, and I'm going to insist that Sunrise makes you proper armor.
I had proper armor. It was made by some of the last noble and non-traitorous squirrel smiths in the land.
Let me tell you something, bud, and I'm going to be honest with you. Squirrel Smiths might have been good. Sunrise is in an entirely different league. Trust me on this. Her armor saved my ass more times than I can count.
Yes, my clan has served the angel for generations, and her knowledge of smithy and the like is known, and moreover, her skill of just being able to... He pauses for a minute. I cannot remember the word, but she has the ability to craft things to get her way out of situations. Nick Grubber? No, that's incorrect.
Negotiation?
Something like that. But, moreover, we know that she has skill, but it has always been considered a taboo of our house to ever accept any kind of armored gift from her. Instead, we stick with the armor of the forest. 10 strips of bark, acorn leather, things of the like that.
Taboo or not, she's taken with you. And if you refuse to take the armor that she makes for you, well, do you really want to see her cry? I don't want to see her cry.
Oh, that's emotional manipulation, and I love it. Please roll me Intimidate at a plus 20.
I was going to ask for negotiation, but that's okay.
Negotiation, but at a plus 10.
I mean, I was going to say more like she just gets really pissy at people for not accepting her armor.
You tried.
Fuck you, roll 20.
He stops for a minute. Tears or not, we will not be able to accept it permanently. However, given the condition of our armor at the moment, we are remiss to the point that we will be forced to accept it. But do not think that this means that I have truly accepted this armor. I will not abandon my station or my post. As a member of the House of Lop, I will continue to serve the Queen as we have always done. And he just continues to spiral into some kind of Crusader-esque jargon and just frantic rabbitiness.
All right. And while he's
The entire time, his body is still in hibernation. He is not snapped out of it. He is still just a prancing spirit.
And while he starts his rant, I'm going to reach out and pick him up by the scruff of his neck, his spiritual body, not his physical body, and look him dead in the eyes. Until you can come back with armor that's better than hers, you will wear it, and you will wear it with pride.
He flails violently. You can tell he's trying to kick you in the snoot, but given the angle of the scruff and the fact that he cannot generate, even if one of the fluffy feet manages to reach your nose, it just feels like someone hit you with a feather duster. Let go of me! This is humiliating.
Again, you will wear it until you can come back with something that's better than her armor. Agreed?
Fine.
All right.
Put me down, you overgrown monotone candy cane!
Monotone? I'm tritone, damn it.
What do you mean, tritoned?
Have you not seen my hind leg?
I've been nearly dead for weeks!
But you're only mostly dead. Mostly dead means you're partly alive.
There's a difference.
Yes, but unlike the angel, I don't spend most of my time staring at your rear end.
Fair point. And I lightly tap my
that's
left
getting
hind
spicy.
leg.
I see. It is the same color green as her. Wait a moment. Does this mean that you are part of the House Angel?
I mean, if you consider the fact that she's my wife as being part of the House Angel, then yes.
Bloody rabbit's foot.
I actually steer clear of those. They're kind of cruel.
It's an expression of frustration.
Anyway.
Although, yes, thank you. We appreciate having our feet attached to our legs. It's luckier that...
I put Boda's spirit body back down, and I look up to the forest spirit. Should I be worried about this one's continued existence, or have we done what we can for his body?
As you look back up, you catch the forest spirit a hoof up to his mouth and just a small, casual chuckle. There are many things that we have to worry about with this one, but I do not believe that the state of its form is one. You have healed him, along with my assistance. He will recover in time, but you must make sure that his wounds do not reopen, lest infection set in. If the rot gets into those wounds, we will not be able to reverse the cycle, and he will return back to the earth.
Sounds like we've got a few days, weeks worth of keeping an eye on you. Hopefully you're not opposed to traveling with us.
He just continues making irritated bunny noises.
Well,
but he doesn't say no. He just begrudgingly hops towards his body.
I know it's a paltry offering for the assistance that you rendered, but I would be honored if you would take this. And I hold up the one sardonyx that still has that like pleasant to the hoof feel and the occlusion that just makes it unique.
The spirit reaches down with its own hoof and picks the gem up, brings it up to its large head and inspects it, turns the gem around, sniffs it once, before just popping the stone into its mouth and crunching it down, chewing it for a moment and swallowing. I would have preferred the green-colored ones, but red is always a pleasant flavor.
If my dragon friend's anything to go about, they kind of taste like cinnamon candies.
It is a little bit spicy, yes. Like a mild pepper.
I might have to figure out how gemstones actually taste. Dragon snow. Make something nice.
Kindness. A rarity in this world. No, there is another offer I would have you do, although the gemstone is a good start.
So, what can I do for you?
Towards the southern edge of my... He stops for a moment. He turns around, just quite literally does a circle before coming back to you. Yes, towards the southern or southeastern edge of my grove, you will find some new growth trees. They appear to just be simple shoots at the moment, but a shaman like yourself, or like the other zebra that travels with you, will no doubt be able to pick them. Transplant them successfully to another area of barren desert. They have the power to kick off a forest effect in a dead area.
Reforestation. All right.
Help me help the land. Let my grove grow.
I will do my best.
Fundo would absolutely be up for helping with that.
He gives you a nod and turns away from you. You can call out one more thing before he all but disappears. One last question, one last interaction. But you can tell that his presence here draws near to a close.
Are you siblings, or are you the spirit of the forest that we met back by the lake?
The spirit stops and turns. The spirit by the lake. She was a young one, was she not? I believe her name... No. I do not believe that was Seabreeze. Which, just out of curiosity, which spirit are you referring to?
I was referring to the other intimidating forest spirit that we ran into. I can't remember if it was by the cabins, the lake, or if it was by the place that we'd settled down while Mythic and Medicinal went into South Shore.
Oh, that's right.
I think it was by the.
No, it
it
was
was
the
at
one. It was there was the big deer that y'all met before we hit the refinery mining facility.
That was it.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I remember now.
Yeah, the one where everyone was like, "We are not going to jack with you. Have a nice day."
The stag turns around and offers you a warm smile. The spirit that you refer to is an older sibling of mine. My sibling has been around for many seasons. I'm glad that you had a pleasant interaction with... He smiles. It has been so long. You tend to forget each other's names. I have just always known him as my sibling. But yes, I do pray that you were shown kindness.
Kindness insofar that he didn't murder us out of hoof. So I'd have to say that given how life spirits have been treated by our kind in the past, I'd say that that was a kindness bordering on saintly.
You did not come and sully our forest. If you were to come in here and over-harvest and overlog, yes, I would have no choice but to render you from this world, reduce you back to fertilizer. Balance will be reattained.
Well, for your assistance, I thank you, and I will do my best to make sure that your forest grows.
Thank you, Zebra. I was glad to offer assistance in saving part of the wilds. Thank you for helping me save them as well. He turns away from you and continues walking as he steps through what appears to be a lower hanging branch. The spirit all but disappears into a gust of leaves on the wind.
And with that, I will gradually pack up my medical supplies and take a look over at Boda's spirit body and his physical body and blink a bit. So are you going to do anything about that, or do you just want to be two beings for a while?
Oh, what, Taboda?
Yes.
No, we would like to be back in our body.
Well, then hop to it.
I am. I'm hopping.
Wow!
Wow! Don't rush me. And he does that little anxious rabbit hop where he just puts his front legs forward and kind of drags his butt, and just eventually makes his way back over to the form. And you can just kind of hear, "Oh, this is gonna hurt a lot," and his spirit falls into the body. And after a couple of minutes, the legs start to twitch a little bit. Another minute passes and the eyes flitter open. And Boda attempts to move to a standing position, but falls back after putting too much weight on the wounded leg.
Easy, easy.
He turns his head to look up at you with an expression that just says, "Please carry me."
Sure thing, bud. I pack up the rest of my stuff and gently lift him off of the bed of grass and vines that had been formed by the life spirit. All right, this is going to take some explaining.
He winces slightly as you lift him up, but his legs do not kick and he doesn't flail like a bunny normally would. Where do you set him? Just on your back or in a bag?
I carry him.
Oh.
I walk out on hind legs.
I was gonna say, you could just carry him in an arm, but okay. You keep him nestled close. There's more than a look of bewilderment on him as senses he has not used in a while start to come back online. And there's a soft, kind of nuzzling feeling as he tucks in close to you. With a little bit of effort, you just hear very quietly in your head, "Thank you."
Don't thank me. Don't thank me yet. Life is gonna suck for about a week or two.
He is fast asleep.
I lightly snort in amusement as I wander my way back to the table.
As you make your way back, there's a slightly boisterous griffin. You had seen Valor at this point in time, but there is a slightly boisterous griffin in what appears to be night plate, just kind of gesturing a little bit, but also sitting and just enjoying a second cup of coffee. He doesn't so much notice. He doesn't notice you too much. There seems to be a small wave in your direction, but that doesn't really direct him from what he was doing. Which was largely just talking someone's ear off about crenellations.
Ah, architecture. Riveting stuff, that.
I imagine between Mythic and Arcane, one of them is probably actually interested.
What if it's both?
Does Hayes notice the rabbit?
Yes.
I was going to give Nyota and Sunrise a time.
It's more that it would be difficult to see Nyota make his way back over and not notice that there is something in his arm.
Oh. That rabbit doesn't be in too good a shape.
Looks a whole lot. It looks a hell of a lot better than when I found him.
Except let me know and I'll give him.
Sorry, you cut out there?
When he wakes up, let me know and I'll give him a potion.
Yeah, I think he'd probably like that, but at the same time, I don't know how much you should properly dose a rabbit with, so.
Hayes, please make me an academics check.
Are you sure this wouldn't be a medicine?
Oh shit, you're right though. Please make me a medicine check at a -20. You would need a scale, but if you could ascertain about how much the rabbit weighs, you can figure out how much of a microdose you'd need to give it with a healing potion to ensure that it doesn't, develop like Deadpool levels of cancer.
Okay.
But, you've had conversations with a couple of veterinarians before. It's not your favorite thing because they're a lot more frail than ponies, but this wouldn't be the first time you had to pack a small animal back up.
Yeah. It's all right. I just need a scale to make sure I'll need to weigh him so I can get the dose right.
Well, then it's probably going to be a while. I don't have any of those kind of tools. Honestly, that was kind of Mina's thing.
That's okay. I can cobble something together.
Fair point.
MacGyver horse.
Yep,
It's like Mina, but instead of making drugs, he makes whatever that is.
I make whatever the frick I want.
Hayes, what did you make? A thing.
It's a waffle iron that has no discernible power source.
That,
But still.
that waffle iron fucking terrifies me.
The waffle iron of doom.
The waffler.
Oh, hey.
I'm kidding.
Oh, hey, I have the power of the sun in my hoof.
It's not in my hoof. It's in my horn.
Solaris Blackjet Pan.
What if one of Hayes' potions turned Bodapet into Boda Hulk?
Back on topic. Are we grouping back up now?
Yes, Nyota has just wandered his way back over with something small and fluffy in his arm.
And by looks of it, made a beeline straight for you.
I carefully take a seat next to Sunrise. So, you get to keep him.
She picks up Boda and starts petting him. Is he okay? Why is there a
Just
band?
be gentle.
Okay.
He was very badly injured.
Do I have to make armor for a rabbit? I have to make armor for a rabbit, don't I?
Well, far be it from me to say no. As a matter of fact, I kind of threatened him to wear the armor that you're going to make for him until he can find something or have something made that's better.
As you talk about armor, he stirs a little bit in your arms. He just kind of makes a sound, but it's not one of distressed. And he shuffles a little bit and moves. Chifundo, as they're talking about armor, you hear Boda Pet kind of wake up from the little sleep that he's in and just, no armor, and go back to sleep.
Chifundo will chuckle at that. I think you might still have some insistence to do.
I mean, once he's well enough, I'll challenge him to a trial by combat if need be to make him wear the damn thing.
No. Last time you did that, we were nearly looking for a new companion.
Chifundo does have a point.
So, aside from my wanderings, what's going on? I notice that we're still outside the keep.
There seems to be a bit of a space issue regarding a group of our size.
Valor looks over to you. Yes, unfortunately, when I built this keep, it was only designed to accommodate myself, a table, and one or two others. Never before did I imagine that I would see such a group before my door who did not wish to immediately try and rush it down. I have seen a group of the spiky ones before, but they tend to break once you cleave one of their members in half.
Or you buck one of their heads off. But yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Oh, that gets a laugh out of them.
Or show them a Sunrise holding a grenade launcher.
Ah, Bastion, someday when my charge is completed, we must go spiky one hunting.
Oh god, that actually might be more dangerous than out of Warsaw being loose on the wasteland.
I look from Valor to Sunrise, and then back to Valor, and then back to Sunrise. Who?
Did you say who or cool?
Who?
The spiky ones. And he just kind of... What?
Who's Bastion?
He just looks to you. Oh no. Have your... I am sorry, old friend. I did not realize that your memories were lacking as well.
All of their memories are.
Probably a trickle-down effect from this one.
He facepalms so hard you actually hear bone breaking.
Oh, don't tell me I'm going to have to set... Wait, no. No, I'm not. Medicinal?
No. He after a moment or two, the worst of the damage kind of pops itself back out. I am fine. I I did not realize that all of you had scrubbed memories. That explains almost everything. Not everything, just almost everything.
I don't have scrub memories. That's more because I don't have box.
I see. I assumed from your demeanor that you had to have one, but I suppose that does make things make a bit more sense.
I sure hope my memories aren't scrubbed.
Uh,
That'd make things awkward.
Actually, at this point, the only three that do are those three.
Yes, we were once several more, but due to varying circumstance, we are the only three left of those who awoke together with memories only of our lives before the boxes.
It has been a royal pain piecing bits and pieces back together. I still get occasional glimpses of who I was.
I get random tidbits and drop into what can only be described as a memory orb while I do.
That sounds annoying, but I would assume the fact that you were getting these fragmented memories means you were actually successful in pulling off a dead tree protocol.
Yes, I would assume so.
Which I can only assume had trickle-down effects on the rest of us that were deeply connected to Sunrise or 19, depending.
Oh, that would be the best assumption that I could come up with. However, considering that I was stationed to guard one of these, I was never given a squad myself. So, sadly, that bit is something I am a bit, out of my element on. He turns to Nyota. You disappeared before I could get you a beverage. Can I offer you some coffee or hot water and tea leaves?
Coffee sounds delightful.
He grabs an empty cup and proceeds to pour you a cup from the carafe. Would you care for a sugar cube?
Oh, getting fancy today.
I sadly lack creamer. You will have to make do without.
Yes, one would do quite nicely. Take the edge off the bitterness.
He plops an individual sugar cube in, stirs the coffee up, and passes you your mug of 9 o'clock coffee.
Okay. I was just checking against the list of the coffees that I've got that wasn't on it. Do I need to make any rolls?
The coffee has a very nostalgic taste and flavor. It honestly tastes like something from before, something that was vacuum packed in a can or sealed.
Oh. This is Denny's coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just 8 o'clock coffee.
Yeah, it's the brand that's typically served at Denny's.
Yep, it is just bog standard coffee. However, compared to some of the other things you've had, this is better than it has any right to be.
I give Valor an appreciative smile and I'll look at the rest of the collected people around the table. Sunrise, Medicinal, Chifundo, Arcane, Pineapple, and Mythic. One downside to finding this lucky fellow, and I gently pat Boda's head, is that we're likely not going to be moving very far very quickly if we're going to make sure that he survives his recovery. So, might as well make camp.
It sounds like we could use some time to reevaluate on our next step as well.
Indeed, we've been given plenty of interesting options.
I mean, makes sense to me. Valor needs time to consider our alternative challenges, I'll say.
Sorry, alternative challenges.
Oh.
That way we don't have to, well, potentially die in a round of combat.
Yep.
I mean, if the lot of you all came at me at once, I'm sure it would only take out one of you.
So, apparently, the stable below us is locked to anyone not supposed to be in there, apparently including Valor. And Valor's instructions are to kill anyone who tries, although it seems that if it could be proven that one or more of us could best him in some way, that he may be permitted to agree that it wouldn't be in anyone's best interest for him to make the full effort and let us in.
Okay, so hypothetically, someone takes him up on his offer and wins. We can go inside.
Pretty much.
That is correct.
And what would the rules for this fight be?
Well, that depends on how many of you choose to fight. Is this an honor duel, or are you going to go with more strategic odds? You can see him kind of light up a little bit. It is rare that I get willing participants to fight with me.
Honestly, I really want to have a go with him, but
I would be willing to let the lot of you attempt to take me at once. I am sure I could defend myself.
Would you be opposed to the blood?
He looks at you for a moment. Well, that's unfair. I'll cut you too quickly.
And the chat's back to screaming for blood.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Unfortunately, I am afraid that simply going to first blood would end things a bit too quickly, and a single lucky shot is a bit much. We could attempt to go until knockout. However, at that point in time, it would only be one-on-one, and even then, I cannot promise that I would be able to pull shots enough to not remove a head or a limb. But there are a few of you who will be fine, who can just come back.
We don't, the quote-unquote come back part doesn't work right. They come back, that randomly generates someone else, and the whole coming back thing just kind of fizzles out, where they don't remember what happened last time.
Well, we don't entirely know that for sure.
He just looks at you and gives you an odd gaze. Your commander module's broken?
What's a commander module?
He just blinks. Oh wow, you really did dead tree.
I feel like this is a big oof moment.
Wow, wow, wow.
It functions like a fire selector on a gun. Except in the case of a gatekeeper, it's a fire selector on an individual's suite of ponies. It's the reason that you had Nyota with you for so long. You refused to swap him out with anyone else. You were always insistent that no, this one is a shield breaker. Even though there are perfectly trained fire teams that are maintained within that box.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know how many of those perfectly trained fire teams are still sane.
What makes you say that?
Ember.
It's an Ember.
He doesn't know that you have
right.
He doesn't know about her.
Yeah, I don't think the people that put me in this thing knew about her until it was too late.
That's fair.
So, just to make a long story really, really short and succinct, Wuju shamanism, I was bound with a spirit when I was very young, and when they popped me in here, she came with me. And then, because of things that occurred, she may or may not have been snacking on the inhabitants of my box.
He just kind of strokes his chin a little bit. Oh, I see. That is not good. However, that is not normal, and I believe that that's a special case.
Well, we have two options. One, we figure out some alternative form of honorable combat, or one of us takes the plunge and risks life and limb so that we can get an answer to our actual problem.
Shame we don't have practice weapons.
Practice weapons are for cowards.
I was going to say, I somehow suspect that would be offensive.
Yeah, I somehow suspect that practice weapons.
He's just like, if you come at me with a practice weapon, I will be forced to cut your throat for the insult to my honor.
Are you sure we can't do, like, the game of chess? I wouldn't mind.
He sighs for a minute. If you attempt to engage me in some kind of non-violent contest of the like, it stops becoming a group endeavor and turns into an individual. However, if one of you chooses to engage in the formal contract of marshaled combat to not first blood, but first kill, then the entire lot of you will be permitted in. You have time. You haven't come here with threatened force, and, 19. You helped me move some of these stones. So, I, at the very least, owe you a little for helping me set the foundation of this. Much as I have always wanted to see how tough that zebra of yours is in a fight, I am willing to give you a moment to properly sort these things out. You have time. I am not going anywhere.
And it's about the time I have to call it a night. So.
That's fine. We'll be in soon shortly.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Avarna.
Nighty night.
Night, Avarna.
Yeah, next time, blood.
I was going to say, at this point, we might as well be wrapping up, or...
Yeah, the lot of you are welcome to take, like, a week of Osili to figure this out, to figure out exactly what your plan of attacks are.
Also, Wait, was it detailed? Because Cinder asked you a question. Was it detailed what would happen if we lost the chess game? Or is it just simply a good sport, but no, you don't get in?
That has not come up.
Right, okay. We might have to remember to ask that next week.
Hmm. All right. Well, let me throw out some thank yous here. Brett and Hetty, thank you guys for the bits tonight. Pony Chick, Fraser, Zabin, thank you guys for the hosts. Everfree Magnus, thank you for upping your Patreon to 3. You now get the previews. And Linzabi and Sketchy, thank you guys for the tips. I believe, yep, Linzabi actually won it tonight.
Although
But
that's
not
not the goal.
unscathed.
But that's not the goal.
That's fair.
It's just a consequence.
Anyway, that's everything from me. I guess we'll see you guys next week.
Mm-hmm. Arena of Blood.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Good
Night.
night.
Night.